Welcome to day one of Fed Supernova. Special thanks to Amazon Web Services. We are excited to have you here today. My name is Bobby Struzik. I'm going to be your MC today. But before we get started with some content, I have a few housekeeping rules. Please update your Hopin profiles and add your LinkedIn to your profile as well. This will be important during the networking portion of the day. We ask that you engage and connect with each other by introducing yourself in the chat, sharing your LinkedIn profiles, and make sure to use the stage chat on the right-hand side of the screen. Be prepared to ask questions to our presenters throughout the conference. If you have general questions or feedback, shoot us an email at fedsupernova@capitalfactory.com. Remember, we have people who are watching from home on Hopin and at Capital Factory here in Austin, Texas. If you are watching at Capital Factory, please download the Hopin app on your phone to engage with our online audience. You can find the QR codes located throughout the entire building. We want everybody to participate in our networking. You never know who you might meet. So what we'd like to do now is we'd like to pass it off to Awais Sheikh, who's going to give us some opening remarks today.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Awais Sheikh, and as a strategic planning and innovation manager here at AWS, I gotta say it's such a privilege to be joined with so many fellow like-minded enthusiasts that are working to try to bring innovation into the defense enterprise. And on behalf of AWS, we are honored to be sponsoring the DIU track here at Fed Supernova. At AWS, we recognize that innovation is the key differentiator that's going to help the US and our allies maintain a strategic advantage over our adversaries. We're excited not just about our partnership with DIU, but with the entire defense enterprise to drive mission outcomes leveraging the cloud. I want to just take a few brief moments to reflect on how we see AWS in the cloud helping to enable innovation for our customers and the DoD. One of the things that we pride ourselves on here at Amazon and AWS is that we are pioneers. There are a lot of technology companies that buy innovation through acquisition. And that's a strategy that works, but it's not our strategy. Our focus is on hiring builders that can examine customer experiences, find how they're flawed, and figure out ways of reimagining them, leveraging technology. So how do we bring that kind of ethos to DoD? You know, my favorite definition of innovation is a really simple one. It's one that says that innovation is fresh thinking that adds value. And that add value part at the end really focuses on starting with the customer. For DoD, that means getting closer with our mission users. We got to figure out how do we bring cloud and our various different services, compute and storage and AI ML and serverless and so many other solutions and services. How do we bring them to the warfighters, to the service members, to the sailors, to the airmen and women, and to the commanders that are at the front lines defending our country? Finally, I want to reflect on the fact that in its short history, DIU has really focused on the importance of collaboration to bring innovation into DoD. And it's not just collaboration with large federal systems integrators and contractors, but rather it's bringing in non-traditional partners like startups and technology vendors, anyone who has an idea that can benefit the defense enterprise. That spirit of collaboration and reducing the barriers for anybody, any company with a good idea to be able to quickly take that idea to market, that's at the core of AWS. We have millions of active customers and tens of thousands of partners that are leveraging AWS, and that makes us one of the largest and most dynamic communities that's out there. Chances are that there are some use cases that those customers are running that are going to benefit DoD and the defense enterprise. And the good news is, by becoming an AWS customer, you plug into all of that innovation, that feedback, that input that we get from our customers. Not to mention the power of leveraging the cloud to collaborate through our ability of provisioning new environments and leveraging our security controls to make sure that only the people that need to have access to data have access to that data. So as AWS, we're extremely proud of collaborating with this ecosystem. we're really excited about the conversations that you're going to be hearing at this event. I personally am really excited to hear from folks like Mike Brown and Heidi Hsu, who are at the forefront of bringing innovation to the DoD. Up next is Lieutenant Colonel Andrea Castillion, the newest member of the Defense Innovation Texas team located in Austin, Texas. Andrea, over to you.
Excellent. Thank you, Awas. That was a great introduction. And thank you, everybody, for being here. We have to admit, we live in unprecedented times, a global pandemic, supply chain shortages, energy, water resiliency challenges, and we're entering an era of great power competition where our adversaries are modernizing faster than we are. The bottom line is we need your help. Thank you for joining us today at Fed Supernova, where we'll be talking about these challenges. As DIU's Austin City Lead, I want to welcome you to the DIU exclusive track that will highlight our role to help solve national security challenges by accelerating commercial technology into the Department of Defense and acting as a center of gravity to help transition and scale technology across the joint services. So how do we do this? We do this by working with our partners across the entire military and government to understand their problems and leverage our relationships with venture capitalists and the private equity community to solve those challenges faster and cheaper. Let's watch this short video.
The United States government is the world's largest customer, providing reliable revenue for companies. In the past, barriers have made it difficult for commercial technology companies to work with the government, such as complex bureaucracy, opaque processes, and slow progress. But today, that experience is different. The Defense Innovation Unit is the only Department of Defense organization focused on fielding and scaling commercial technology within the U.S. military across sectors. DIU helps minimize upfront costs, as well as reduce the time to award and ultimately facilitate full-scale production. We do this through streamlined and transparent processes, rapid decision-making, and scaling successful prototypes. Our process starts by soliciting commercial solutions on our website that address the current needs of our DoD partners. If you want to work with DIU, you must respond to an active solicitation on the website in which we seek a particular product or technology. If your technology is relevant to a specific solicitation, you'll simply send us a short brief in response. This brief should demonstrate the current capabilities of your company and how those could apply to the specified problem statement. We will reach out to you within 30 days to schedule a pitch if your technology is suitable. Your pitch should demonstrate your proposed solution and include an estimated cost. Companies with the best potential solutions to our DoD partners' needs are invited to negotiate a full proposal. Finalists are awarded a prototype contract within 60 to 90 days from start of process. The Defense Innovation Unit minimizes the time it takes from problem identification to prototyping a commercial solution and implementing it in the field. By connecting your company to this powerful DoD network, DIU's agile processes, contract authorities, and diverse team of experts can accelerate a path to revenue for your company. Learn more at diu.mil.
So as you saw in the video, we understand the difficulties companies face when trying to work with expansive organizations such as the U.S. government. One of the main goals of DIU is to lower those barriers to entry, open the front door to the Department of Defense so it's easier for commercial companies to do business with us. We have a great lineup today, and we're excited to have you join us on our journey this afternoon as we dig into how you can help us solve some of our country's most pressing challenges. Today's DIU series includes 6 panels. Panel 1, the threat that walks among us. Panel 2, powering our future. Panel 3, getting capabilities to the market faster. Panel 4, building a capable and trusted drone ecosystem. And panel 5, 3D bases of the future. But before we start talking about specifics, we have a real treat today and are super excited to hear from the Undersecretary of Defense for Research and Engineering, Ms. Heidi Hsu. Ms. Hsu is going to highlight her strategic approach, outline her priorities, and talk about the challenges startups and non-traditional companies can help us solve. As DoD's Chief Technology Officer, Ms. Xu oversees groups like DIU, DARPA, the Missile Defense Agency, Space Development Agency, and the DoD labs. She sees everything between basic R&D through prototyping and experiments with a budget of over $100 billion. Next, our DIU director, Mr. Mike Brown, will host Ms. Xu with a fireside chat to discuss how her priorities will move the nation forward faster and ensure we're prepared to face any challenge together. Mike Brown had his first career in Silicon Valley running 2 Fortune 500 companies, Symantec and Quantum. Mike then came to DIU after 2 years as a White House Presidential Innovation Fellow, where he co-authored a Pentagon study on China's participation in the US venture ecosystem. You'll hear today about one of the initiatives that came out of that paper, the National Security Innovation Capital, or NSIC. And this is used to fund dual hardware technology companies. So it's my pleasure now to turn the conversation over to Mr. Mike Brown.
Well, thank you, Andrea. Appreciate that very kind introduction. And thanks to all our friends at the Capital Factory who for years have been helping DIU bring innovative companies to the military and get those solutions adopted. I'm very excited today to introduce to you my new boss, Ms. Heidi Xu, the Chief Technology Officer of the Defense Department. And she's really perfect for this role. She's had experience in government at a very senior level, the Assistant Secretary of the Army for Logistics and Technology, or ASALT, if you like the acronym. And also some experience from the private sector, where she's been the VP of Technology Strategy for Raytheon's Airborne Systems. In her confirmation hearing at the Senate Armed Services Committee just a few months ago, she emphasized the role of non-traditional innovative companies to serve national security challenges, which is really what Fed Supernova is all about. And I can tell you firsthand, she's bringing a new level of energy to the Pentagon, both in sponsoring adoption of commercial technology, as well as in a key role that we'll spend some time digging into. She's leading for the Deputy Secretary of Defense the Innovation Steering Group, whose mission is to scale innovation across DoD. Never before has innovation and commercial technology had this level of spotlight across the department. So welcome, Heidi. Thanks for being with us today.
Thank you. Happy to be here. Thank you, Michael.
So let's talk a little bit about your role as Chief Technology Officer for the Defense Department. Tell us a little bit about how you spend your time and how you're thinking about priorities in that role.
Sure. Before I jump into that, if I may just kind of describe the organization, research and engineering, what we do. We have multiple different organizations. Let me just shed a little bit of light about what we do, okay? Then I can dig into the details.
Perfect.
First of all, my goal is to harness this nation's incredible amount of innovation, right? To stay ahead of our adversaries and enable seamless integration of critical technologies to be a force multiplier for our U.S. military. That's my goal, okay? And within the research and engineering organization, you've heard about DARPA, which is a Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. And they've been around here for more than 50 years, okay? DARPA's role is to create advanced technologies that provide revolutionary advantage to the warfighter, okay? DIU, of course, Michael Brown is the lead, the Director of Defense Innovation Unit, was created under Dr. Ash Carter to bring dual-use commercial technologies to the military for an obvious reason. The commercial industry is far outspending the U.S. military in terms of research and development money. So we ought to be leveraging them and bring their innovations in. Okay, SDA, you heard a little bit earlier, that's a Space Development Agency that was stood up in 2019. And again, their mission is to accelerate the development and fielding of the next generation of space capabilities by leveraging commercial satellites. So again, you see the commercial link, okay? Missile Defense Agency you heard about. Missile Defense Agency's role and mission is to defend the U.S. homeland by developing a layered missile defense system to protect the U.S. Okay. And then within my organization, there's 3 other organizations I'll just briefly touch upon. There's a research and technology organization, and their role is focusing on emerging technologies. They work very closely with universities, federally funded research and development centers, or often it's called FFRDCs, as well as UARC, university affiliated research centers. Okay. And they also work with commercial and defense companies as well. Plus, they also have S&T linkages into our allies and partners. Okay. There's a modernization organization, and their focus is really on the critical technology area. They're the single belly button on critical technology areas. Okay. And then there's the advanced concepts organization. Their job is really to prototype and experiment, okay, and deliver solutions, innovative solutions to enable the joint warfighting capability. Okay, so that kind of encompasses a big picture perspective of what the research and engineering organization does. Okay, so going back to what you started out earlier talking about, I talked about my goal. So the path forward that I see that's absolutely critical is, first of all, I'm a full believer in teamwork. Okay, we've got to collaborate across our technology ecosystem. Okay, namely, I want to see stronger partnership and collaboration across the entire ecosystem, so we can collectively solve the toughest technical challenges, right? And bring a solution space much quicker to our warfighter. Okay. I want to leverage commercial companies' R&D. I've already talked about that. So I can accelerate the incorporation of the latest commercial technologies into the DoD. So we can shrink the development to production timeline and get the fielding to the hands of the warfighter much quicker. Okay. I also believe that we're in the process of creating a campaign of rapid joint experimentation. And this is an initiative that was started by DepSecDef, okay, Kath Hicks. She stood up the innovation steering group with a goal of pushing innovation much, much quicker. So there is a funding that's called that was set aside to do rapid joint experimentation. So what we have done here is working with our joint staff to understand what are the capability gaps at the joint fight. Okay, and then from the capability gaps that's articulated, we went to the services and asked, okay, where are the solution space, right? Do you guys have ideas? Do you guys have products you want to deliver so we can conduct this joint experimentation? Okay, and then the results of the joint experimentation can inform us, does this particular product close a specific capability gap? And if so, how do we rapidly transition it? Okay, and if the capability, if the product desires another iteration, and then we go back into the feedback loop. So the desire is to have multiple sprints, okay, per year. The first sprint was then internally because I think it was time limited, okay, and we are learning from that. The next sprint we're setting up next year is we want to expand the capability in terms of having federally funded research and development centers, as well as companies to propose their products. Namely, bring your product. If you think your product can close a capability gap that we articulated, we'd like to be able to experiment with it. Okay. So these are all the things that we're doing under the Innovation Steering Group umbrella. Okay. And the other thing I think Michael and I talked about is there's a lot of innovation centers across the DoD, right? It's I'm trying to get my arms around the multitude of innovation centers, all doing rapid development and hopefully a rapid experimentation. So we literally are doing investigation who has what, right? I'm trying to understand each of these different innovation groups. What is their role? What is their mission? What are they focused on? And what are they buying? Who are they buying stuff from, right? And what is the capability of the product that they're buying? And how successful have we been in terms of transitioning? And what are the lessons learned that we can improve our processes, right? So sorry it took so long, Michael.
No, I think there's a lot to cover. First of all, big organization, and a lot is changing, which is pretty exciting. And you talked about a number of things that I think everyone listening is excited about: the leverage of commercial technologies, the acceleration of the timeline, more joint experimentation. So I think we're excited to see some of this come to fruition. Maybe some advice for some of the companies who are listening. One of the things that even though we have a number of innovation organizations, we still have not been able to make it easy for companies to, I heard you say, find the front door of the Pentagon and then find a way to work with DoD. So as we try and lower the barriers to working with DoD, maybe you could share a little bit about your advice for companies about how they should think to plug into these efforts. What would you like to see us do, maybe even DIU do, to lower those barriers, to make it easier for companies to find the front door and get access to Pentagon contracts?
Yeah, so Michael, this is something I heard repeatedly when I was on the outside, especially helping out some of the smaller companies. That within the DoD, it's like it isn't one person that you call, right? It's multiple phone calls. Who knows who knows who? So you're doing this hopscotch across the pond to figure out who's the right person to talk to. Okay. I think DIU has done a marvelous job of working with basically the users to identify what problems that they have, right? And from the problem space, you're going out to commercial companies. Who has a product that can solve this problem? And the fact that you can provide the ceiling funding to them, it really helps the innovative smaller companies to really nurture their ideas and build the product and showcase it. So DIU is a great entry into this. I will tell you, because there's a multitude of different organizations also doing different things. I just came back from Huntsville last week, visiting Army's Rapid Capability and Critical Technology Office. So they are also, what they're focused on is to go to 2 of the Army Program Executive Offices and trying to understand what is your capability gap? What solutions are you looking for? Then they go out and ask for white papers to industry. Here are the capability gaps we're looking for. And they get hundreds of white papers coming in, okay? So they evaluate the white papers, and from the best ideas, they basically, I think the last tranche, which is the 3rd iteration, they selected like a top 40 white papers and invited industry to come and brief. 30 minutes to brief your ideas. But what they did, which I thought was smart, is the top 40 they selected, they actually gave them $5,000. This is your travel money, right? It helps out the little business, incentivize them to actually work with the DoD. Okay, then the top 40 are coming in. And by the way, people sitting on the source selection, namely who has the best idea, are the users, the program executive office folks who are looking for these ideas. They're saying, hey, this is really great. I want this company to be funded. So they've plugged in the user group and the acquisition folks with the Rapid Capability and Critical Technology Office. So they have 3 different entities tied together. And so once they do the final down select there, those are people they rapidly give contracts to. Okay, so that's working quite well. But I'm in the process trying to understand what are the other organizations doing. At the same time, I want to let you know Jen Bird, who's on my innovation steering group. I've asked her to reach out to the Small Business Technology Council because they actually have tens and thousands of small companies that they represent. So I said, and I had a 1-hour phone call with them that was prior to confirmation, and to understand, what are the impediments that small companies have, and what are the things we can do differently. Okay. One other thing, just to let you know, we're going to be requesting legislation on the Hill to give us the ability to fund multiple tranches of the small business innovation research funding. There's SBIRS 1, which is usually $500K, SBIRS 2 up to $1.5 million. Usually what happens after that, unless the program office picks up, you fall into the valley of death. We're proposing to have multiple phase 2 tranches money to continue to mature the technology, to basically pave over the valley of death, right? Okay. So we're definitely all ears in wanting to hear about some additional challenges and help us to come out with ideas to help out the small businesses.
I'm sure that's welcome to everyone listening. 2 ways I think that we're looking to pave over that valley of death. The DIU has started the National Security Innovation Capital Initiative this year, deploying the first funds that Congress allocated so we can get more, we can catalyze more private investment in dual use hardware technologies, because our venture capital and private capital through whether it's venture, private equity, et cetera, adequately funds our software industry, but the military needs hardware, and that's been hard capital to come by, except from adversaries. So we're looking to be able to find friendly sources of future hardware technologies and get those vendors going, areas like batteries, quantum sensors, things like that.
Yeah.
Then also exciting this year in the NDAA is the Warfighter Innovation Scaling Fund. So prototypes that are successful that we might work on. Now there's a fund, if the appropriations follows, to be able to take successful prototypes and make sure there's money to scale those ahead of them being programmed in the Pentagon budget cycle, what we call PPB&E. So I think a lot of efforts underway to pave that valley of death that we're looking forward to doing. Let's shift a little bit to the future. So some of the priorities that you have for the future, technology areas that companies might want to be thinking about as they plan their investments, so that where they're investing can help us in the national security space.
Yeah, you bet. Thanks for asking. I think the first thing that I'm very much interested in, there's been billions of dollars that's spent on AI and ML, as well as the autonomy area. What I'm interested in is the development of a trusted AI ML, trusted autonomy, because the first time this unmanned platform does something that the user didn't anticipate, you're going to lose trust in this unmanned system, right? So I want to have the ability to have trusted AI, ML, trusted autonomy, okay? The other priority area I think is very important for me is, we typically have signal intelligence, radar systems, electronic warfare systems, cybers. They're all in different stovepipes, okay? But we need now to operate at the intersection of those capabilities to address the advanced threats. You don't have the time or the leisure to say, I detect a bad guy, then I'm going to track it, and then I'm going to do something against it in terms of electronic warfare. You've got to do it much, much quicker, right? So our system has to be designed so that it can operate in the intersection of those capabilities, okay? Clearly, resilient networks is critical because if your network goes down, you're not able to connect, and that's a bad day, right? So resilient network, command, control, and communication to enable us to have the seamless connectivity is critical. Okay. I will also talk about the other thing that I'm very interested in is AR, VR, and live training. Is this technology is really maturing by the gaming industry, right? I want to be able to leverage the commercial technology that's out there and figure out how we can leverage that to enable us to have distributed operations so we can enable rapid mission planning and command and control, right? In a low bandwidth environment. Because guess what? In a contested environment, you don't have all the bandwidth that you would like to have. You may not have 5G, right? So how do you enable that operation? Okay, so that's going to be really important. Of course, in the area of directed energy, I'm interested in high energy lasers. Okay, I'm also interested in high power microwave, hypersonics. It's a little bit harder to look for commercial hypersonics, but you never know, right? In terms of what's art of possible out there. There's assurance. There's on the software and processing side. I am very interested in having assured software. Okay. Again, you want to be able to trust the software that you're developing, and that's one of the very difficult issues that we're dealing with, right?
You want to define that a little bit? You're talking about ensuring the validity of the code, that it's not been tampered with?
Yes, absolutely. Okay. And then in the area of emerging technology, I want to touch a little bit upon that as well. There is absolutely a race in the quantum computer world, right? And you can see that there's all kinds of innovative small companies that's being funded by venture company. I think at last count, there's over 100 different companies just within the U.S. that's all focusing on quantum computers, right? So, in my interest, I'm interested in obviously in quantum computers because you potentially could have the ability to break encryptions, right? So I want to make sure that we can develop and design and develop quantum computer that's scalable. Okay. In the area of biotechnology, I'm very interested in having the ability to do sensing, avoiding surprises, and utilize biotech to help us in resolving logistics problems. Okay. And then advanced materials. It's a huge area in terms of we're interested in advanced material that's stronger and lighter weight, right? Materials that can operate at higher temperature, right? Materials that give us higher reliability, right? All of that, materials that gives us higher efficiency, right? All of that reduces cost, reduces maintenance. So all of those things I'm interested in. Okay.
And it might be a good time to mention our newest portfolio at DIU is advanced energy materials. So looking at the advanced materials, plus also how can we be greener, which is not just about climate change, but how to have a more resilient force. It's not tied to a supply chain. And then another priority I know that we have is cyber. So that affects almost every technology that we deploy these days, and we got to make sure that they're secure.
You bet.
So a lot to focus on, and we're all supporting and cheering on your success. Well, appreciate your taking the time. We'll just see if you have anything you want to close with here, Heidi.
Well, I want to thank you for this opportunity to kind of share some of my thoughts with you. Unfortunately, I'm not there in person. I would much rather to be there in person with you. But hopefully when we get over this COVID hump, I'll be able to meet with you in person and chat a little bit more about what we're doing within the DoD. So thank you very much. It's been fantastic chatting with you guys.
Thanks, Heidi, so much for being with us. We're very excited about your role as CTO and leading the innovation steering group. There couldn't be anything we think is more important than scaling innovation across the department. So looking forward to working with you. And maybe just for all our listeners, we really need your capability. I know Heidi's very committed to this. We can't do what we need to at the Defense Department alone, just with federal dollars anymore. We need all of the innovative capability that you're bringing and solutions you're developing for the commercial market. So we're looking forward to working with you a lot more closely going forward than maybe we even have in the past. So thank you so much to Capital Factory, to you, Heidi, for being with us at this event today.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much, Ms. Xu and Mike. What a wonderful discussion. What a joy to have Ms. Xu here with us today. Really great stuff. But we got a lot more for you here today, everybody. Let's keep it going. So next up, we have the panel DoDX, Ecosystem Counterintelligence Brief, the threat that walks among us. This is great for companies joining us live and virtually. In this session, our panelists will examine critical points of entry for bad actors seeking to exploit your companies. We'll learn how to identify adversarial capital and protect your company from investors with malicious intent, as well as how to stay alert and take proactive measures to secure trusted capital. So our two panelists today will include David Rader. He is the Deputy Director in the Office of Foreign Investment Review at the Department of Defense, as well as Catherine Kalinsky, and she's a Program Analyst for the Policy Planning Team at the DIU. So welcome up, both David and Catherine. Hi, David.
Hey, everybody.
Welcome to the stage at Fed Supernova. We're so happy to have you here today, guys. I'm going to step away for a second and let you take it off.
Great. So I'll get things kicked off here. So just thank you so much for taking the time to learn about the actions that you and your company can take to protect your company's long-term viability. Well, overall, Chinese investment into the United States has decreased. Chinese-backed venture capital, private equity, and other forms of risk capital continue to flow into the U.S. startup ecosystem. Well, the United States prides itself in being a free and open market and generally welcomes foreign capital. With respect to capital from China, it is sometimes difficult to disambiguate the sources and intention behind the investment. China has a history of making strategic investments into industries that underwrite future economic competitiveness and national security applications, from AI to robotics to synthetic biology. These investments are backed by state capital and are designed to transfer technology and know-how back to China through both licit and illicit means. This has far-reaching impacts on the profit and sustainability of U.S. companies and jobs. So what does this mean for your firms, and why does DIU care? Luckily, we have David Rader here, who can shed light on these activities, their impact, and how to work with the DoD going forward. Your actions today can make your company and product offerings a resource to help strengthen our nation's economy and overall security. David, I'll turn it over to you.
Hey, thanks so much. I'm going to start here by sharing my screen. Hopefully it's populating there. There, see that? Okay, great. I think we're in business now. Hey, first I want to say thanks to Catherine for kicking it off here. Thanks to our partners at DIU, as well as Capital Factory, and all the attendees here today. I want to kind of start this off by there we go, on the slide 2 here. I don't know how, there we go, how responsive this is. Okay, great. So this slide is to talk about some of kind of the unrecognized threats that are present out there. My office, the Office of Foreign Investment Review, we're the representative to CFIUS, the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States, 16 agency interagency panel designed to review transactions that might pose a threat to our national security or economic security. But also within my office, the Office of Foreign Investment Review, we have a whole host of other things we look at and work with our services and our commercial partners, academia, and ultimately ensuring a robust and resilient DIB, or defense industrial base. So traditionally, people are looking at transactions within my wheelhouse, but we also do look at the human aspect and the cyber aspect. And those are two things I like to pass along to companies to think about. And as we move through these slides here, we'll give a little more color around it. It also includes on the vertical there on the right, you'll see academia, different financial partners, and people have to be kind of understanding of how they fit into both value chains and the overall defense industrial base and innovation ecosystem in the U.S. and in the world, to be honest. So moving to slide 3 here. So some of the Chinese And so I guess I should caveat this with to say, we talk about the threat from China that exists through these slides, but it can come from other places. Both countries wittingly and unwittingly might transfer technology and might ultimately degrade your capabilities or the defense innovation ecosystem which exists. So the things identified here are different attack angles that can occur, that exist relative to your company. And so what I want to highlight is that just because someone might, close a door doesn't mean a window isn't still open. So, you might say, okay, well, we got approached by a Chinese venture fund. We're not comfortable with it, so we closed that. But we did hire two, chief technology officers to come in as senior advisors and researchers and help us with our IP portfolio. Well, you might have closed the door, but the window might still be open. And so this attack surface here is identified. There's a lot of different ways to do it for our adversaries to have access to your company or IP. And so there's a lot of things that companies need to think about in a more holistic kind of approach to this, more 360-degree environment, both vertically and horizontally. I'll be honest, our office, full stop, we support foreign direct investment. It's a great thing for our country and for our industry, but we do aim to stop the other side of that, which is adversarial transferring technology and exploiting that. You'll see on the right here, we have some comments about what happens, like, paying premiums for U.S. acquisitions, some of the private equity firms, or the way funds can be structured. It can really, have opaque ownership structures and kind of mask who's behind it and who will ultimately benefit, the UBO, the ultimate beneficial owner requirement. So it's something to think about as you head into both this discussion as well as the way your company fits into the bigger picture. And so slide 4 here, I'm hoping to explain with my talking. So, there's the bottom-up approach, which is individual investors, companies reach out to us. There's also the top-down approach, which is you as a company or an investor or entrepreneur should be thinking about, made in China 2025, what that policy looks like, what they're pursuing. Same with military civil fusion. Although you might say, hey, I make a widget over here, that has nothing to do with a tank, but you might not realize that through the complex supply chains or just the military civil fusion, which is occurring both in emerging technologies, AI, machine learning, 5G, 6G, so on, that you might be a contributor to that, or some product you have might ultimately contribute to that. And then ultimately, the layering of corporate national security laws. The way laws are written in China, writ large, mean ultimately that individuals and entities report to the CCP. If you look at Didi, if you look at Jack Ma / Alibaba, if you look at what just happened with HNA, if you look at China, that Wall Street Journal article from the other day about China having anti-lawsuit injunctions so that U.S. companies, if they try to sue Chinese companies or partners in China, will be denied, legal recourse. And then ultimately, you have to consider that if the companies and the entities are susceptible to reporting to the Chinese government, either directly or indirectly, that also means that you, your customers, others can be removed from the supply chain or have pressures that you might not realize ultimately negatively impact your company or your product or your thoughts, your innovation. And so the reason I bring that up is to say that, you have to be very cognizant of your partners and who they ultimately report to, whether they like to or not. So here's some case studies, and I don't want to go into these too much. If you Google Cisco suing Huawei, if you Google how China stole an airplane, there's a lot of articles and a lot of information which exists out there that can give you anecdotes of and specific examples, announcements by DOJ and the Bureau, DOD, others, that capture different times where U.S. technology was lifted, shifted, stolen, and borrowed, however you want to describe it, from U.S. partners and U.S. partners to our competitors. I want to make sure that you can still hear me. Catherine, you went quiet. I'm not sure if you went on mute. So, a great example in that bottom right of August Skyworks, where 7 professors came over from China. They were indicted. One of them, I believe, we're currently going through with justice. But ultimately, it's a broad attack surface. And again, to my earlier comment about your widget, it doesn't go in a tank. What do I care? But there might be other areas in which you're being pursued by China, by Chinese entities, or Russian, or Iranian, or anywhere in between. You might not be aware of how you fit into that structure. So going on to my next slide here, it's the same with Huawei. So the Huawei example, a lot of people, if they were to say, If you look at that US column on the right there and you would say, hey, I make a modem, it's commercially off the shelf, you can buy it at Best Buy, so who cares if I partner with Huawei? What you might not realize is you're ultimately contributing to their entire vertically integrated system, their supply chain. And so what they can do with that is once they build a competitive system, they can carve you out of it later. They can deny you access to future markets. They can push you out of that value chain. So you're no longer a supplier to Huawei. They've replicated it. They've undercut you. They're just pushing you out, and you have no recourse really. And then you're also removed from competitive markets because you can't compete with the price point. And so I always say, it's that anecdote or that math word problem I heard as a kid, which is, would you have $1 million today, or 1 cent that doubles every day for 30 years? Well, that 1 cent that doubles every day is worth 5.3 million, versus a 1 million. So you obviously would want that. And I say that to say, instead of thinking about the short term, hey, we have a contract with Huawei, we're supplying the modems, we got $1 million. You might not realize that if you weren't to do that, you would have 5.3 million over long term, but you got yourself cut out of that supply chain, that value chain. And ultimately what you thought was a partner is now a competitor, and you have denial to certain markets or areas. So some of the best practices, across the business community and across, DoD, and the defense innovation ecosystem and the defense industrial base, however you want to describe it, is really, one, due diligence is a two-way street. If a company is going to ask probative questions of you, if they want access to your data room, then you have a right to know who they are, where they fit into that, with it, whether it's a grand strategy from China or just from you as a company to company or an investor to, inventor relationship. You have the right to ask those questions, and you should. You should be very, it should be, you should have a level of reciprocity there in the degree in which you pull it apart. So a lot of the advice here you see on the screen, I'm going to kind of clip through them here shortly. It's broad because, on this, in this session right now, there's probably somebody out there who's a sole proprietor who makes a widget all the way up to big, Fortune 500 corporations. So it's hard to give a single piece of advice to everyone. But one thing I would say, conduct meaningful due diligence, scrutinize the ultimate structure, assess the bigger picture, implement cybersecurity strategies. I'm not a cyber guy, and I won't pretend to be. It'd be a waste of everybody's time. But, the red cell capabilities to make sure, your cyber is up to date, you're challenging it, you have a good partner there, actually monitoring your cybersecurity systems. It's an area that's grossly neglected by a lot of companies. I understand how profit and loss lines work, P&L, and that's not always an area people dump money into, but it can be very critical in protecting your IP and making sure that your posture, your economic posture, the health of your company, let alone your position within the DIB, within the innovation ecosystem, remains intact. Isolating intellectual property. Data rooms are a place we see a lot of leakage where companies say, well, we wanted to show them what we do. We want a good, we want a fair valuation. We want a good price, which is completely fair. But they lose a lot of tech through the data room. And so a lot of data room defensive measures are critical for companies. Big thing is engage with U.S. government early. There are a lot of folks out there, whether it's Commerce, Treasury, State, FBI, DHS, Patent and Trade Office. It's important to reach out to them. So CFIUS, that half that we sit on, there's a Treasury website that's pretty robust. There's contact numbers, there's inboxes, there's all the information I think you could want. State Department too, they have, and Commerce, whether it's ITA or Biz, they too have pretty good receptive measures there if you reach out to them. But it's about reaching out to them in advance. Companies come to us in that 11th hour saying, hey, in 20 days we're closing and we're not sure about this. And you think, well, it takes us a little while to even wrap our head around your company, the problem set. So, it helps us if we're engaged early. Technically my office falls within acquisition and sustainment, A&S, industrial policy. We have an industrial policy outreach and engagement office. We have a front office. We have foreign investment review, other partners there, where it's R&E, research and engineering, INS, intelligence and security, or DITSA, any of those kind of partners. I'm sure if you put a hand up and said, hey, we think we make a cool widget here, we think it matters, and we're getting some adversarial capital, or we're looking for best practices, there's some good things the government should share. So a few other things too are the actual services. So if you have a contract with Army or Navy or whomever, they have big noise there. Sorry, they have CFIUS shops, Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States. They have POCs. They have contracting officers whom you should engage with. DIU, Defense Innovation Unit, InQtel, DARPA, any of those partners too. They both offer offensive and defensive responses, or they can help navigate within USG some of those. So I'm going to stop sharing here. And
Great. So I think one question.
Sorry, so one more.
Yeah.
Sorry, as I switched through, I thought I lost you guys. And then I just want to say too, within DoD, there's Trusted Capital, there's Title III, there's Mantech, CIBR, STTR, and then our commercial partners. So it's a whole range of offerings on defensive and offensive. So I'll stop there. Turn back to you, Catherine.
No, that's great. I think you gave a list of a number of different activities that companies can take. So what would you prioritize as those top 3 actions if a company needs to act today? What should they prioritize?
Yeah, good question. First, I would definitely create a list of questions and due diligence processes and procedures for companies, to know your partners, to know even upstream suppliers, to know downstream end users, and to have a better understanding of where you fit, or whom you'd be working with potentially. The second I would focus on is gain a better understanding of your role in that ecosystem. Like I said, the Chinese grand strategies or the U.S. defense industrial base, really look and think about end users for your products, end users for that technology. Sure, AI has commercial, normal, applications. It also has military applications. And just because you're focused on the commercial healthcare side of AI doesn't mean there's not a military application that somebody else wants or that we want to protect. And then you're going to call from Treasury or DoD one day and say, hey, who's your partner here? And then lastly is, again, engage USG early and often. We have great tracking mechanisms. We have great engagement, but putting a hand up and saying, hey, we're looking for guidance here. We want to do what's right for our company. We want to do what's right for USG. We want to do, best position. We work best with a good runway there to get our plane off.
That having that, I would call it feedback loop, seems like it's very important just to keep those lines of communication open, and kind of preventing those I would call it last minute surprises. It seems like that really is a key part. So what, I guess one last question would be, moving forward, how should companies and vendors, reach out? Do they reach out directly to your office? Where are those specific resources? For example, with DIU, we work mainly with open solicitation. So really for vendors reaching out to us, when we post a solicitation is really the most effective way, for us to engage, because we can engage on a specific problem set. But for you, when's the right time to engage? And how do you reach out? How do they reach out to you?
Yeah. So if you have contracts with USG, reach out to your POC there and say, hey, we either have a good thing or a bad thing to talk about. If you don't, no big deal. Reach out to industrial policy. If you think that's an investment thing, look at CFIUS and see if you want to reach out to them. If you go to, OSD, Office of Secretary of Defense, ANS, industrial policy, any of those things, and you look for, engagement, if you look for the email inbox or the number, there's somebody to call, and that gets routed to us, and we can look at it and we can engage with you. We do road shows. We just came out from a week in California. We're going to go to New York and talk to financial partners. We're going to get to other hotspots for innovation, LA, Austin, Boston, and go there. We're hoping to meet with more people and let them know that, you actually have a trusted partner in DoD. I think there's a new sheriff in town on this approach, about how we're working with companies to help navigate them through this, and be the other half of the coin. And so I encourage people, I don't know everybody's views on working with the government, but give me a shot, give us a shot, reach out if you got a problem, and let's go from there.
It sounds good. I think, I guess one last question would just be, on the offensive side, what are resources that, defense innovation, I would say is one tool or, one way for companies to engage and, sell and tailor their products for the Department of Defense. Does industrial policy have similar, lines of effort going forward?
Yeah, absolutely. So industrial policy is Title III. That's a sustainment fund. That's to grow production lines, capabilities. Mantech, manufacturing technology, that's to get better yields. That's to get better machinery in there to get better, high skilled, high trained engineers or professionals. There's CIBR and STTR, Small Business Innovation Research, Science and Tech. There's AFWorks, SoftWorks, and so there's a world which exists where everybody's used to the open solicitation. Hey, I didn't fit the box on the AFWorks ask for 20.2, but there's the other world of it too, which is if you work with them early or you can help show what the company does. A lot of those things are highly receptive to, and so again, reach out to us at the OSD level, and we can try to help navigate that, or with other partners. We have commercial partners through Trusted Capital too, who say, hey, we're looking to invest in this space. Any companies that come out, and if State Department, Commerce, any of our partners too, if they say, yeah, they'll pass them along. They can connect those dots there. It is very case by case because, government can't be everything to everyone, but we definitely have to play a bigger role in the space on the offensive and the responsive side. Absolutely.
Great. Well, I really appreciate you coming out today and spending the time. Do you have any last comments to the audience, and then that will be a wrap.
Yeah. My last comment is just to say, why should you care to the public, to the innovators, the investors, and the companies out there? I'll tell you, I think we have a good awareness now that we need to play a bigger role in this, outsized from what we've been, and that we want companies or investors or the ecosystem know that you have a partner both to prevent the loss of IP and of future revenue. It's not about just today; it's about the longevity of this. We want to help companies protect their market presence in the United States and in the world. We want to make sure that those jobs, that revenue, all those good things stay intact within the defense industrial base and accessible to the United States, and to keep our industry strong. I mean, our economy is amazing for that. And lastly, my comment would be just, the costs associated with unwinding or fixing or repairing something. If you lose that tech, if it goes out the door, if you get pulled into CFIUS, or, you have an IP lawsuit, it's far more expensive and painful to do it later once things have gone wrong than it is to do up front and say, hey, government, we think we've got something cool here, or we think we've got a problem here, help us. That's a lot more from a business standpoint. That's a lot better of a decision to make than it is to try to glue it back together after the base breaks. So, yeah, I think that's it for me. But I appreciate the time. It's been great being here. I think Bobby's joining us to navigate through.
Well, thanks so much, and look forward to talking with you again in the future.
Great, thanks.
David, Catherine, thank y'all so much for your time this afternoon. What a great discussion again. And we have more coming up for you after this. For everyone watching at home, quick reminder, be sure to throw in your questions into the chat. These panelists are ready and here to answer your questions, no matter how simple they might be. So if you have anything that you'd like to know from a specific panel, be sure to hop into our hop-in, and our panelists will get to them. So next up, we're going to take a short break for networking. Now, I know some of you at home might think, great, networking virtually, this is going to be fun. Well, I promise you, we've got an excellent group of people here ready to connect with you. So please join us in the networking function in Hop In. To begin networking, please press the networking icon on the left-hand side of your screen. Once you're in, you're going to be randomly paired with another attendee to speak with until the networking round ends. If you want to continue your discussion after your round ends, you can press the connect button at the bottom of your page. And we will see you back here at 1:30 for our next panel. Thank you guys so much for watching. Enjoy the networking, and we'll see you back here shortly. I hope you got to meet someone new and interesting during our networking session. I love to network myself. It's a great opportunity to connect with people that working in a variety of different industries, lots of fun. So we're going to keep you on your toes here today because we're going to move on to our next session. And this one is called Powering Our Future, Our Greatest Challenge and Greatest Opportunity. And something tells me this has nothing to do with a DeLorean. But we're going to hear from DIU's newest portfolio, Advanced Energy and Materials, who is dedicated to tackling DoD's growing energy needs. So joining us on our panel this afternoon, we have first Mr. Doug French. He is the Tactical Vehicle Electrification Program Manager at DIU's Advanced Energy and Materials portfolio. Joining him will be Jonathan Villasenor, who is the Maneuver Chief at the U.S. Army, as well as Lee Robinson, a member of DIU's Advanced Energy and Materials portfolio. I'd like to bring all three of them up and join us on our panel today. Good afternoon, gentlemen. I'm going to take a step back and let you take their helm.
Great. Thanks, Bobby. It's a pleasure to meet everybody. Good afternoon. Thanks for joining our discussion on powering our future. It's going to be a look into operational energy in the military and how we're going to power our force both today, in the near future, and then in the not so distant future. For those of you who are not familiar with the domain, operational energy is the term we use to refer to how we power our force in the field. From the warfighter on the ground to our planes, ships, and vehicles, to our bases in the field, they all require power, and that power, immense power, has energy requirements that are growing. So our discussion today is going to focus on how new ways that we can incorporate to generate, distribute, and use that power to answer those growing requirements. As Bobby mentioned, I'm Lee Robinson. I'm with DIU's Advanced Energy and Materials portfolio. Fortunate enough to be joined by two colleagues that are deep in the space. With me is my DIU colleague, Lieutenant Colonel Doug French. He's our head program manager for our operational energy portion of our portfolio. We're also joined by Army Future Command's Lieutenant Colonel John Villasenor. John is a maneuver chief at AFC's Maneuver Aviation Soldier Lethality and Robotics Division. Thank you both for joining today. Before we jump in to operational energy, let me make one admin note. We'll be taking some questions at the tail end of the session, so if you have a question, please feel free to put it into the chat. Also going to be monitoring a Slack channel if you want to put it there. Back to operational energy. I want to start our discussion with a question over to Doug. Doug, it seems like every single day I read a new article about battery unicorns or billion-dollar fundraisers for energy or climate tech, considering Defense Innovation Unit is the sole joint organization focused on understanding the current trends in the commercial sector and accessing new technologies from non-traditional vendors. Can you help us make sense of what's happening in operational energy in the private sector. What are the funds?
Yeah, sure.
Where are the funds being invested, and what are the trends for energy?
Sure, I'll certainly do my best here. Thanks a lot for having me on here. Like Dee said, at DIU we leverage private sector research and development trends and the market to move quickly to solve problems faced by the defense community and our troops, but also to expand the defense industrial base. So it really behooves us to know, what those trends are. Specifically in my portfolio, advanced energy materials, we are following trends in obviously the energy sector. So and so really what that means, what does that mean then? So really it's billions and billions of dollars right now are pouring into the business of decarbonization writ large. We'll talk about kind of the greater investing trends here up front, and then get into some of the specifics a little bit later on. But so the International Energy Agency calculates that new patents related to core tech like batteries, hydrogen, smart grids, anything carbon capture, they're far outpacing any other technology, including even like fossil fuel, software, things like that. So money has followed that innovation. Bloomberg, we all know, figures that last year investors poured more than like $500 billion into quote energy transition, which is decarbonizing everything from energy and decarbonizing energy and transport to industry, even things like farming. So which is like twice as much as it was 10 years ago in 2010. PwC estimates that between 2013 and 2020, VC investments in climate tech grew 5 times the rate of global startup funding overall. So lots of money pouring in here. In 2020, these investments made up about $60 billion in the US alone, up from $36 billion just last year in 2020. So climate tech makes up about a tenth of new investments made by Sequoia Capital, the major Silicon Valley VC firm. So some of the bigger names out there have just been moving in. A guy named Chris Sacca of Lowercase Capital, who's invested in certain companies like Uber, made early investments in Uber, Instagram, Twitter, things like that. Said he'd launch a climate tech fund, a VC fund worth about $800 million. DBL Partners is another big VC company. Reports that in 2004 they were scraping together maybe $75 million for clean tech. They've already raised about $600 million, and they had to cut it off. So lots of money flowing in, and not only just from VCs. They also include philanthropists like Bill Gates, Wall Street, and big business, of course, and state-sponsored energy or state-sponsored funds as well. In August, the Department of Energy announced they'd give they announced $1.5 billion partnership with Breakthrough Energy, which is part of that network founded by Bill Gates, which includes things like Breakthrough Energy Ventures. It aims to accelerate development of novel tech and sustainable aviation fuel, green hydrogen, direct air capture, and long-term energy storage. So this augments the $20 billion loan program that DOE is already has available to boost clean energy and transport. Banks, traditionally really conservative investors have jumped in this as well. For instance, JP Morgan now has dedicated employees who focus solely on climate tech and green issues. It's interesting, they're actually making some smaller loans as well to pre-revenue firms in the sector, and we'll expand into bridging that finance between VC and project financing for capital intensive initiatives. So that's always a difficult spot for companies to that bridge for young startups to cross over. Many corporate giants are going beyond like commitments like nebulous marketing promises, right? Like being green and net zero corporate pledges, et cetera, so they're investing directly into climate tech. Between 2017 and 2020, they invested $58 billion in this at all. So putting their money where their mouth is. So I'm up here in Seattle. So we've got Microsoft and Amazon up here. Microsoft which we all know last year just vowed to remove all the greenhouse gases they've ever emitted, going back to their founding and more. They're going to do that by 2050. They just sent up a $1 billion climate tech fund as well. Amazon just launched one worth like $2 billion, focused entirely or financed entirely from its own balance sheet. So they're not really even holding investments to any internal rates of return. They're just investing in. It's more of almost like a grant. So their focus really is on decarbonization, which Amazon views as a strategic need for their business. So they're measuring success by how much investments reduce the carbon footprint rather than by their rate of return. Within DoD ourselves here, we have the National Security Innovation Capital, which is part of DIU. It's charged with funding early stage ventures that are focused more on the hardware tech, which is sometimes more difficult for companies to get. So last year they invested $15 million in that longer term hardware focused tech, including a lot of alternative energy sources. So all this to say that the market writ large, from VCs to banks, corporations, states, private investors, even Koch Industries, the fossil fuel loving private equity firm, they're fully invested, literally and figuratively, into like all forms of climate tech. So as such, the DoD is taking notice and is starting to follow suit. DoD is starting to really strategize and invest in carbon reducing tech. Without stealing too much of John's thunder here, we're doing this both for humanitarian reasons, right? It's the right thing to do for everyone, and it also follows directly, the Biden administration's guidance, but also makes sense strategically and tactically, right? Strategically and economic sense for the DoD as it transitions to clean energy. It extends our operational capability. Generate power closer to the heart of area of operations, almost like like edge computing for energy, and it allows for forward units to soldiers, airmen, Marines, sailors to operate free from the shackles of fossil fuel, which is the old quote from former Secretary of Defense James Mattis. It frees up our resources for other uses as well. So really, the market is investing in anything related to summarize, the market is investing in anything related to decarbonizations, and several areas happen to cross over into to DoD needs. The areas that we're really focused on right now include operational range enhancement, anything from like hybrid tech, which is something I'm involved with right now, hybridizing tactical vehicles for the Army and the Marine Corps, and certainly EV batteries. Tesla, GM, Ford, all the big players have invested billions and billions into electric vehicle power and battery, and we need to follow suit. And then fuel, anything from fuel cells and alternative and on-site energy generation from like hydrogen, biofuel, air capture, etc. So the market is certainly moving this direction, and the DoD is following suit.
Thanks, Doug. That's helpful, and it's pretty clear that, like you just mentioned, the market sees that this is a high priority, and it's good to hear that the DoD is also focusing on it as a high priority. But John, can you help us understand what's the reason why? Why is operational energy a strategic concern? And then second question is those trends that Doug mentioned. I imagine they're going to have an impact on the DoD at some point in the future. Can you help us understand what the battle space will look like maybe 10 years from now, maybe in 2035 for operational energy?
Yeah, I'll try to make an attempt at answering both of those. And so first off, good afternoon. Appreciate the opportunity to come and talk to everybody. As it was said, I'm the maneuver chief over at MASD and FCC, and we are tagged to be the lead for the Army's operational energy strategy. So this is actually a great forum to kind of like put some of the ideas out there and possibly have a conversation. The slide that is currently up, and I'll orient you to real quick. So the top, or the big bullets on the outside of the circle, are kind of like what the Army is looking at as serious conflicts and something that we have to solve moving into the future. So soldier energy, we understand that demand is going to go up. Base camp or some type of infrastructure, especially operating in an expeditionary austere environment. So we're thinking microgrids, energy source and distribution that's going towards storage and power distribution, and then vehicle energy demands. Understanding that regardless of the powertrain, there's going to be an energy demand. And then what that Venn diagram currently in the middle is kind of like is how all of those things overlap. And again, if energy, which is not currently a domain, is a domain that facilitates all the other domains within the MDO or a multi-domain operation environment, this would be kind of what it looks like, right? There's mission, geographic, and an environmental aspect that influences everything that that the Army will encounter in a future conflict. And so my background, to answer the first question is why is energy a strategic concern? It's because everything requires energy, and that's what this slide kind of depicts. To include the soldier, right? He demands class 1 upload, right? So food and water in order to get the energy for him to move, and his personal weapon then becomes carried, and he becomes the platform for that weapon system and all the other capabilities that he will carry. So everything on the battlefield as of right now and forever will require energy of some kind. So I'm an armor guy, and it takes about 500 gallons to fuel my tank. I understand that if I do not plan correctly and I do not use my energy efficiently, at some point my tank, which is extremely lethal, will become a bunker, right? It becomes a static, non-moving bunker with no operational reach and little to no capability. And then at some point, my bunker turns into a coffin. And that's bad, right? And not just a tactical and operational problem, but strategically as well. Because if I'm running out of fuel, that means my organization is, and it continues to disrupt further up the chain. So energy, it is definitely a strategic concern. It powers all vehicles, aircraft, ships, communication suites, protective systems, electrical devices, and weapons. The energy demand will only increase as we implement and operationalize future technological innovations into the military. It becomes a strategic goal then to have a ready and secured energy where we need it, when we need it, and in the form we need it in. Without operational energy considerations, a modern army is very quickly reduced to horse, wind, and foot power. So we basically go back in time without operational energy considerations implemented in our planning. Today and in the foreseeable future, operational energy is essential to our ability to project combat forces globally. This makes operational energy a critical element in all strategic planning considerations and must be resourced and integrated effectively within our war plans. A military's ability to control or exploit energy opportunities or leverage a nation's ability to transport it has determined success or failure to prosecute warfare throughout history. A way to ensure success is to view operational energy not as an enabler, but as a domain that integrates and facilitates the other domains within multi-domain operations. Operational energy is the ecosystem that manages all energy sources. The Army is evolving from a historic framework that viewed resource considerations as constraints on operational effectiveness to a perspective that considers the critical role of energy as a means to mission success. The United States predominance is being challenged across all domains to include operational energy. If our ability to get energy into a contested area is denied, then it quickly becomes a strategic issue, as our political objectives may not be achieved through a military solution. If our near peer and peer competitors sense that the US hard power capability was limited or non-existent due to energy constraints, then our ability to affect others to gain a preferred outcome would be threatened, putting us at a serious disadvantage at best and empowering our competitors to act against us at worst. Additional strategic concerns are our weapon systems. We are a force that can project globally, which means extended lines of communication. It takes more strategic lift, boats, and aircraft to move supplies while under threat from anti-access and area denial weapon systems. These systems have increased in capability and are extremely lethal and will create multiple dilemmas across multiple domains. These systems will only become more efficient, and the proliferation to all of our competitors is guaranteed. Another aspect of the strategic or a concern for energy in the strategic realm is technology and manufacturing demand for global resources. They will only increase, and they are, when I'm talking specifically to rare earth elements, which may cause the accumulation and deployment of military power to secure it. All the technological advances in the past 20 years relies heavily on rare earth elements for development and production. These elements are called rare, not because of a lack of abundance, but the limited number of sources you can exploit. Further innovations and technological advancements will require these elements, and without them, our ability to manufacture and produce them may be limited. My point is that fuel that we pour into our gas tanks on its own creates a strategic prompt on how we get it there, where we need it, when we need it, in the form we need it in. The strategic perspective needs to be broadened when we discuss energy security because it includes the materials that create the technology that will carry and secure it and the locations they exist in. All right. So the second part of the question: what will the energy domain look like in 2030 and 2035? What you have in front of you is, and I'll just really quickly orient you, is kind of a glide path. So maneuver C did down at Fort Benning, Georgia, just had the ELRV, Electric Light Reconnaissance Vehicle, abbreviated CDD, just get approved. So what that means is that the Army is going to invest in this prototype, and it's going to start with the wargaming. So Maneuver Battle Lab down at Benning will start the simulations and start to determine, and all that data will start to determine how they prototype. And you can see it in the near term, 23 through 27, and then midterm 28 through 37, and then far term 38 to 50. But it's really 38 plus. That glide path kind of, and then you can see the big overarching arrows underneath the big arrow, kind of like depicts the glide path that the Army is going to use. We're not tied to this. Obviously, we're just going to use this as a handrail. This is all tied under the Tactical Vehicle Electric ICD, which is currently going through the process of being staffed and then hopefully approved. What that will do is align all the tactical and combat vehicles within the Army on a path towards the transformation from a fossil fuel to some type of alternative energy. Right now, the way it's depicted, the ELRV will be fully electric, starting with a hybridization in the near term, and then transitioning over to a fully electric in the mid to the far term. The reason for electric is because we feel that the technology is mature, and that this is a feasible, viable, and accessible way forward for the Army. And then on the far left are different forms of energy that we'll talk to here in a second. So we must decrease unit reliance on fossil fuels, petroleum products, and parts. There's two reasons for that. One, it keeps the logistics footprint smaller. And what I kind of laid out is in an A2AD, or area access, area denial environment, the future battlefield is going to be extremely lethal. The capabilities that are currently being fielded and future capabilities are going to be able to reach out longer, further, and have a more devastating effect on targets. And there's nowhere to hide, right? So as UAS becomes more prolific, more sensors in terms of a ubiquitous sensor field, as we try to gain access into controlled space, they will always know where we're at. The ISR piece, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance assets are only going to get better, especially if they're on the defense and we're trying to actually penetrate. So, having said all that, the lines of communication, the things that need to move along those routes to push supplies forward, are going to be attrited. And so that is a problem set that the Army is trying to solve. And one of the ways to solve that is to frame it through the lens of energy security. And if I was to secure energy, then I have to reduce that footprint, knowing that there's going to be an increased demand of energy on the far end. And that's the rub. So that means we have to transition the Army to an alternative energy. And I kind of laid out ELRV. Right now, because of the technological maturity, it's going to be a hybridization. So, at certain miles per hour, it will kick into a fuel-based, and then fuel-based with a drivetrain, and then at certain decreased speeds, it'll go electric. There will also be anti-idle capabilities, because a lot of the force, when we're static, we need our systems up because we're continuing to observe. And anti-idle seems to be the way forward. So there's mature technology at a TRL 6 within industry that we can implement and operationalize now. And this will increase unit operational reach, endurance, compared to a combustible engine. This will also provide commanders at all levels the ability to conduct signature management, acoustic and thermal, that will make them more lethal at the point of contact. And then there's the parts piece. If we go to a hybrid and then fully electric, Obviously, we don't need a combustible engine anymore, an internal combustible engine. So that entire space is now free for, additional ammunition or for whatever soldier needs there are. Or we make the vehicle smaller and lighter, giving it more capability in terms of reach and the terrain that it can travel upon. And then the logistics piece, if there was two things that tie logistics up, it's the parts and fuel. So having no parts and no fuel moving forward, it frees up that commander, that division through battalion level commander to exploit and to maneuver freely, knowing that he's not tied to his logistics or to a logistics train. The slide also depicts the way forward for electrification. I kind of laid that out, and the TAC-VE.
John, thank you for walking us through this.
Yeah.
And it looks like the broad way forward for the Army is to electrify the entire battle space. And I'm glad you touched on one area where we may be able to tie in with industry. Doug, what about what can we do, say, in the next 1, 2, 3 years to get closer to how industry is electrifying the entire personal vehicle space?
Yeah, absolutely. Backboning on what John just said, right? The Army is doing some great work with platforms like the ELRV to electrify the battle space, which really is the future. But the Army, the DoD is a large organization. It's a big behemoth. It takes a long time to turn. So even if we make the decision right now, which we are starting to say we are going to electrify completely 100%, it's going to take a long time. So we're, that point. So we have that point right where we're at right now with our legacy systems and the point we're trying to get to in the future, which is like kind of, this fully electrified battle space. But we have time and legacy systems that exist currently. So it's things like it's working on things like, technology to get us from here to there in the most expedient and efficient manner. So right now, for instance, John mentioned hybridization and idle, which is something that we are working with at DIU, working with the Army's PM transportation systems to hybridize a series of their tactical vehicles, starting with the FMTV, which is like the medium tactical vehicle. It's a transport truck. It's not sexy, but it's ubiquitous. It's the backbone of the Army. The Army has 67,000 of them. So you can see it would take a long time to phase those out. So we're working on a project right now to prototype hybridization of those trucks, utilizing. We've partnered with two commercial companies who are experts in this field, who have been doing this TRL-9 technology, have been putting this technology onto fleets, civilian trucking fleets over time. So in order to reduce that carbon footprint and the reliance on fossil fuels. So we figured that these vehicles, like John said, they've got to run at idle full time in order to power onboard systems. They're spending upwards of 60% of their time idling. So if we can mitigate that, that's a potential 60% fuel savings and a 60% operational increase. So those are the kinds of technology we're looking at things like the DIU, is just bolting on and finding ways to introduce commercial technology onto those legacy systems, whether it be tactical vehicle hybridization or an effort that some of my colleagues are working with to standardize battery, private sector batteries across the DoD, or adding hydrogen fuel cells onto long distance craft that already exist. So just kind of bridging that gap between where we are right now and what we're trying to get to.
That's a significant, I think you mentioned upwards of 30% fuel savings just purely from hybridization. That's significant fuel savings. It goes a long way to unhooking the tether that we have right now to fossil fuels. But, we can't wait for 15 years. And it's good to hear that we have things happening in the next 1, 2, 3 years. But what are we going to do in the next 5, 6 years, John, to further unhook that tether?
That's a good question. And so the buzzword, at least in my building, right? So in futures, concepts and command, it's the idea of let's not throw new money at old things. To not continue to buy incrementally better versions of platforms that originated back in the 80s. And I think the Army is struggling with that, right? That capability was designed and it was designed well to fight an enemy that may or may not exist for us right now. And as we try to see how we can become lighter and more expeditionary, these legacy systems are starting to become an anchor for us, right? And so, there's the fight right now is the biggest rub is the modernization piece versus maintaining the systems that we currently have, right, to make them relevant on today's battlefield. And so those are the issues, right? So to answer your question, the next 5 to 10 years, you're going to start seeing an actual push in investment in leap ahead next generation systems. Invest in alternative and renewable energy solutions for future tactical and combat vehicles. We're going to start looking at investing in key technologies. We understand that a lot of things have to culminate simultaneously with our ability to transition to alternative energy. And some of those are power generation, power storage, power distribution, and power management. And a part of that's not listed is to give the ability for soldiers and platforms to monitor usage and to actually change behaviors. That is another thing you'll probably see in the next 5 to 10 years is this idea that fuel and energy is not infinite. Again, I'm a tanker, so I didn't care about fuel because a fueler always showed up. And it only became a problem when they didn't show up, which never happened. So we have to get out of this mindset that it's always going to show up.
Thanks, John.
Okay.
Thanks, John. So I'm hearing that we're going to be seeing huge revisions to how we generate, distribute, and monitor our usage of energy. Really excited developments. I want to say thank you both to walking us through that modernization strategy. I'll hand it back off to Bobby to set up for the next event.
Appreciate it.
6 laps.
How can you know that?
It's going to be less busy at the front of the train.
How can you tell? It's not here yet. How did you get that money? I'm so hungry.
The food's already here.
Huh? How did you know that?
Let's get some hotcakes and, the menu suggests a cinnamon roll with your meal.
How do they know what people like? How do windmills power people's houses? How are we watching this live?
Caution, objects on the road ahead.
How did it know that?
We made it.
Wow, how did you find out about this place?
All right, welcome back. Thanks again to Doug and Jonathan and Lee for being our panelists here again today. Another special thanks to Amazon Web Services for sponsoring this DIU track today. But we're going to keep it on moving, guys. We're moving on to the next panel. Next up is a briefing on how hardware startups uniquely benefit from government funding. Our panelists will help us gain an understanding of how non-dilutive capital can actually surpass the value of private investment when driving hardware innovation with national security applications. So on our esteemed panel for this time, we have Tex Schenken, who is the director at the National Security Innovation Capital, as well as Abigail Desjardins, who is the Acceleration Portfolio Director at NSIN. And finally, joining me in the room today, streaming with me, is Mr. Rich Julian, the Public Sector VC and Startups Lead for National Security and Space at Amazon Web Services. Now I'm going to move out of the way and let them take it away.
Thank you so much. Welcome, guys. So let's talk a little bit today about the hardware innovation conundrum for investors. So hardware, the time to develop it is time consuming. You have to design, build, test again, rinse and repeat until you get things right. You face more regulatory controls than other types of developments. And that goes double for the defense domain. You have multiple dependencies from your raw materials to components, and you have your supply chain in and your supply chain out. It's very capital intensive, not just capital, but upfront capital. And as you heard already, let's not forget what capital you take is important. Because of this, the hardware market tends to be dominated by established players, especially in the defense community. The conundrum to that is that innovation is being driven by smaller players. Their risk appetite is far higher. They're able to rapidly pivot and shift. They embrace capabilities early, whether you're talking about emerging methods, 3D printing, additives, composites, extrusion, you name it, or to leverage new technologies like cloud, modeling and simulation, AI/ML, industrial IoT, and automation. But these companies need to raise capital to enter this market and compete. So how do we ensure that they have access to trusted capital? This is a key problem we have to do. And it's a national security imperative that we leverage them, not just for the US government and the defense components, but for the defense industrial base partners too. How do we do this? Luckily enough, Tex here is going to be able to talk us through how we can take some of the investment in the National Security Innovation Capital to help get things started and get the ball rolling, which is obviously the key part when getting into the Defense Department. And then Abby's going to talk a little bit about how we are engaging with these innovative companies and bringing them and helping them understand the challenges faced by our mission customers. With that, I'd like to toss over to Tex and Abby to introduce yourselves and tell us a little bit about what you're doing today.
Great. Thanks, Rich. Glad to be here with everybody. I wish I could be with you in person in Austin, Texas, my hometown, but we'll have to make do with this virtual stage. I'm going to give you just a very brief perspective on how NSIC and Ensign and DIU, if you were in the previous discussion, fit together. And then I'll talk a little bit more about National Security Innovation Capital. So there are really three components to DIU, and this shows you conceptually what we focus on, although these lines are a little bit blurred and fuzzy. The core DIU activities start really with a DoD customer in mind, someone who has a problem that they're trying to solve, looking for a commercial solution, and then DIU goes out to the commercial world, to the startup world in particular, to find solutions that may fit. On the other end of the spectrum is National Security Innovation Network, which you may know best through Hacking for Defense. Abby will talk a lot more about the programs there, but really working very upstream with brand new startups, with academics, with students, getting them engaged in working with the Defense Department. NSIC, National Security Innovation Capital, sits kind of in the middle. We really focus on startups that are already incorporated. They are at very, very early stages in their development to the point where they are about to produce product in volume, but have not yet shipped any products. So that's where we fit. We're all part of the same organizational entity within the Department of Defense. So let me talk a little bit more just about National Security Innovation Capital. We're a new initiative that we just got authorized in 2019 and got our first appropriation in this fiscal year 21. We focus exclusively on hardware startups, and we are really working on enabling dual-use hardware startups to make progress in their product development by addressing the shortfall of this private investment from trusted sources. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. So our mission is to accelerate the development of dual-use hardware technologies that are critical to both national security and economic competitiveness. And I want to keep emphasizing that. Our program evaluates companies on the basis of the potential for success in commercial markets as well as in defense applications. And eventually what we hope to have accomplished is to really help stimulate a lot more companies that provide products and services to national security and national competitiveness. So we're focused on hardware technologies, dual use applications, and on addressing problems that companies face in getting trusted, timely capital. This has been a big problem in that, as Rich mentioned, hardware is hard, hardware is risky, the technology takes longer to develop and a lot more money, and that's not as attractive to the private venture capital markets. So VCs, while there are private VCs that do put money into hardware, there aren't anywhere near as many as there used to be, and the dollar flow as a percentage is much lower, and in particular at the earliest stages. That's left the door open for adversarial capital. By that we mean money that flows from organizations that fundamentally represent national government interests of China or Russia or Iran or other countries. And the net result of that is the startup company that takes that money often just simply has their IP stripped out of them and they get run into the ground. So we try to step in for selected hardware startups, provide them with funding in the form of prototype development contracts. This is under other transaction authority. And we're just simply providing it to help the company get their product development done as quickly as possible. And it's non-dilutive. So you don't give up any equity when you take funds from NSIC. And we find that this has been very attractive to the companies that we have worked with. And we're looking to continue what we've started this year. This is a list of the technologies, the broad areas of interest that we're engaged in. What I would suggest is that if you have something in one of these areas, you could go to nsic.mil, which is our website, and look at how our process actually works and the opportunities that you might have. Just briefly about me, I come to this not as someone who has spent a career in the US government. I spent 30 years in Silicon Valley doing hardware and software systems for companies ranging from Fortune 100 to startups. So I come at this with a very strong interest in the well-being of our portfolio companies, emphasizing their success on the commercial side. And then trying to identify how this will be applicable in defense uses. So with that, I think what I'll do is turn it over to you, Abby, and I'll try to run the slideshow here on your behalf.
Thank you, Tex. And thanks, Rich, for the great opening comments. Tex, if you can go to the next slide for me. So as mentioned, I am the Acceleration Portfolio Director here at Ensign. For those of you unfamiliar with Ensign, our mission is to bring networks of innovators and problem solvers to generate new solutions to national security problems. This is based on a fundamental belief and assumption that we're in a complex, rapidly advancing world, and the rate of change within the Department of Defense is no longer keeping pace with the adversaries. We believe that if we, the Department of Defense, want to maintain resilience, leverage emerging technologies, and solve problems differently, then we need to incorporate new problem solvers. Thus, all of our activities at Ensign are focused on tapping into communities of problem solvers who have typically been out of reach by the department. We sit at that nexus between the Department of Defense, academia, and the venture community. And as you can see by the graphic on the right-hand side of the slide, we are geographically dispersed. We have 11 regions across the United States with headquarters here in Arlington, Virginia. Next slide. We have the regional network team, as I mentioned, that's in the 11 regions. Each region has a regional director who is responsible for understanding the ecosystem of the entire region. And then each of the regions have a subset of folks called university program directors who are responsible for developing out the regional ecosystems. We currently have 17 university program directors, although we have relationships with an additional 30 plus universities across the United States. On the other side of the house, we have the program team from which I sit. We have 3 portfolios. We have the National Service Portfolio, which creates pathways to inject new talent into the Department of Defense. We have the Collaboration Portfolio, where Hacking for Defense sits, which is really about integrating new communities of problem solvers. And then within the Acceleration Portfolio, we work with, and in some cases develop, dual-use early-stage ventures to address capability gaps within the Department of Defense. Next slide, please. Across all 3 portfolios, our programming spans the technology readiness level. As you can see, we have quite a few programs. Those that fall within the Acceleration Portfolio are marked in red. I will not go into detail on these programs as Ensign is actually sponsoring the day tomorrow. So there's a bunch of tracks where you can get more information on some of our programs and some of our portfolios. But as you can see, the bulk of our programming really sits within that 4 to 6 TRL, ultimately with the goal of helping to advance solutions to a point where the Department of Defense can leverage them, along with helping to change the way the Department of Defense ideates on problems and thinks about new ways of doing business. Next slide, please. So what has our result been to date? In the past 3 years, although we have been in existence for almost 5, October 14th will be our 5th year anniversary. We have helped over almost 670 DoD organizations solve 753 problems, generating over 1,000 unique solutions. Of those problems, roughly 30% of them require a hardware-based solution, and that is probably low. But I did want to call that out as something that may be of interest to this particular group of folks dialing in today. I won't go into all the detail here on this slide, but as you can see, we've had some pretty significant impact just in the last 3 years of the data collection here represented in this graphic. Next slide, please. So what about specifically the acceleration portfolio? So for the last fiscal year of FY21, which we just have a few days left of the fiscal year, 40% of the teams and ventures that we have worked with have a hardware-based solution. We have a variety of solutions that emerged over the last year. Some of them came out of technology from Department of Defense labs. Some of them came from Hacking for Defense teams that then matured into ventures. But all of them received curriculum educating them on how to do business with the Department of Defense and various compliance issues that they may encounter as they try to do business with the department. It's really critical in our pathway to engage with these teams because they are at a pivotal time in their maturation and solution development. They sit at this nexus of making decisions between the speed and cost of the development of their solution and the security of their supply chain. And we saw this firsthand with one of the teams that we worked with as part of one of our academic accelerator programs. They had to make a very hard decision to not accept government funding to help advance the state of their solution because it was going to require a modification to their configuration of their system to allow them to use a US-based foundry. That was just going to take too much time, and in the best interest of their venture, they made a decision to pivot away from that as potential and to instead go with a non-US based foundry. And this is something that is super important, but it is critical that the role that Ensign plays in helping them to understand the deliberative choice that they are making, and also help the Department of Defense understand where those critical gaps are in the US supply chain so that we could potentially invest in companies to help fill those gaps. I believe those are all my talking points that I have. The next slide just has my contact information. If you have any questions, you can reach out to me. But I will also tell you, if you are interested in reaching out to your regional contact, we have a fantastic page on our website. It's listed there. It's Our Regions. It has the breakdown of who the representatives are from the regional network team for your particular region, along with their contact information. So they are a very awesome first point of contact for Ensign, but I'm also happy to take any questions or any directs to me. Thank you very much.
Great, and then I can do a quick public service announcement. Do tune in tomorrow for the NSIN track and hear more specifically about NSIN and how they're going about doing what they're doing. Well, thank you both. So Tex, this is a really fantastic offering that NSIC is bringing to bear in a critical area that's spanning that gap and trying to draw the interest from the venture investors to help them get the hardware companies get into there. Can you give us some examples of investments and activities that you guys have done to date?
Yeah, so we received our first appropriation from Congress this fiscal year 21. We got $15 million, and we launched our website at the beginning of March. In the course of the subsequent months, we received 100 submissions from different companies. We ultimately down selected to 9 companies that we put on contract. And we just wrapped up the last of those last week. They range from very early stage. A couple of them have just recently been incorporated. to some companies that are fairly close to shipping sample quality products in preparation for full production. A couple of examples you saw on that last slide that I showed the different areas of technology interest. So in one case, we have helped to fund a company that's developing a quantum-based antenna. It's a remarkable technology, and it will have enormous potential benefits in both academic and research facilities, as well as in commercial applications and in defense applications, because it holds the potential to be able to scan a very wide range of frequencies simultaneously and to identify directionally where they are coming from. And you can imagine in a warfighting environment, the ability to identify where adversarial signals are coming from would be a big boost. Different kind of thing entirely. We have helped a company that has just come out of stealth mode recently, developing lithium sulfur battery technology. And our help to them was to double the capacity of their initial prototype production facility or qual unit production facility so that they can ship more qual units to commercial and defense customers for evaluation purposes. So those are just two examples that, one is in a communications related technology and sensing. Another one is in the energy storage space.
Fantastic. They both have very apparent defense usages there. So Abby, I want to flip that question around a little bit, given how many things that NSIN has been helping here. Can you give us examples of some of the mission customers that you've helped to engage with to find solutions and bring innovative companies to?
Sure. As mentioned, we have worked with a lot of DoD customers within the acceleration portfolio in the last 5 years. Our database is tracking that we have engaged with 683 DoD mission partners. So it's quite expansive. Of most recent, and actually I think they spoke today, we have worked with NGA to help them find solutions for their technology focus areas. And we have done that in a couple of different ways. But it spans the gamut for those of you who didn't have an opportunity to listen to the session just a few hours ago, I think. Looking at artificial intelligence, looking at alternatives to GPS, just the huge gamut of things that they're looking to find solutions to help them. And then also 5G. So we've worked with the Marine Corps and the Navy on helping them to understand 5G technology, setting the stage for the future, along with UAV technology is one that we have coming up with Naval X and NPS, just to give a couple of examples.
Love the 5G one, and we participated in that and had fun doing that too. So one of the challenges, NSIN is growing so fast across the US, and they're engaged across multiple mission areas. As you mentioned, you got 11 separate regions. That can be really daunting to a startup or an early stage company trying to figure out who to talk to, who's interested in my kind of technology. What is the best way for a company to begin to engage with NSIN? Should they look for a technology piece, or should they connect to their local piece? How should they go about doing this?
Yeah, it's a fantastic question. So I think that, for a well-known, well-established venture, meaning that it's got, a good solution, I think keeping apprised of our events. So, upcoming accelerators that we're launching, we post on LinkedIn, we post on our homepage on the events tab with ample time for companies to apply to participate in those particular programs. So along the way, they'll receive traditional accelerator curriculum, but they will also be exposed to DoD customers to help them understand the DoD problem set as it relates to that particular mission area that we're recruiting for. If you do not see a particular event that's coming up that has a mission problem area that your solution will help address, reaching out to your regional network team representative, which can include the university program directors or the regional directors, to let them know about your solution so that they can keep you in mind for future programming. I think is a great place. We have a newsletter that folks can sign up for so they can be apprised of upcoming opportunities as well.
Great, thanks. Tex, a similar question to you. So not only how does a company go about the best way to engage with NSIC, but what if a mission partner has, a mission organization has something that they think you can help them with, a technology company that they'd like to get moving forward?
So engaging with NSIC is really pretty simple. You go to the website I mentioned, nsic.mil. The information you need to determine whether what you are working on is potentially of interest to us is right there with the technologies of interest. We describe in pretty good detail the actual process that you would go through. And what you submit to us is basically the kind of pitch deck that you would submit to a venture capital firm. So it's pretty easy to find us. We're just right there on the website. Our office is in Mountain View, but like so many people, where we're located physically doesn't really matter right now, and probably won't matter that much in the future. We're accessible to anybody, anywhere, most anytime during working hours in the US. So it's pretty straightforward. You do need to have, when you submit to us, a pretty clear idea of where you think there is a defense application for your technology. That's something that you've already needed to have thought about, in addition to the commercial markets that you intend to go after. And you really need to have a clear sense of what the value proposition is. Why would this be important in the commercial market you're targeting? Why would this be of benefit to the Defense Department? We're typically focused on companies that are early stage enough that they aren't likely to be on the radar screen of a DoD component. What we try to do at NSIC is to understand what the services, the combatant commands, R&E, the organization that we sit inside of at DoD, what those technology priorities are, what the broad issues are that they're trying to solve over a period of probably the next 5 years. And then we try to, through our process, find the companies that are developing those technologies and help them get to the point where those technologies are matured or those products are matured and they will be relevant to a service or a combatant command at that time. So we're a little different. We don't typically start with an explicit, narrowly defined problem within DoD, but we are in effect trying to shoot ahead of the bird a bit here and make sure that there's something available to the Defense Department when they can use it and when they need it.
So perhaps if there was a startup that had a customer that was interested in it, I could just get an endorsement or some kind of reference that would come in with it, my submission to you?
So we love it if there's already indication of defense interest from either, for example, and we haven't really talked about this in this panel, but the SBIR program. The military runs lots of SBIR award processes, and we take that as a sign if a company has received a phase 1 or a phase 2 that that's a signal of at least some interest. And then we also talk with our counterparts in the innovation ecosystem within DoD, for example, in AFWorks or NavalX, to understand companies that they may have run across that are too early stage for them but look pretty interesting. And they say, you might want to take a look at this, and we'll do that on our own path. We do a lot of networking efforts, just like a venture firm would, in order to try to find companies in those technologies of interest that might fit our profile.
Great. So Abby, we actually have an audience question that came in for you. So what are the different compliance frameworks are most important in the cybersecurity realm or for NSIN? So if I'm a startup that's trying to get into this space, what should I be thinking about before I start approaching NSIN?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think that it depends upon the DoD mission partner that we're working with. Each DoD mission partner has a different set of network restrictions and a different authority to operate process. I think that as you're writing your software, it's really difficult to understand within the Department of Defense what those processes look like and how to ensure that your code will be compliant. And so I think that as you are embarking down that path, getting engaged with a dual use accelerator program to help you understand and navigate the specific requirements of the DoD mission partner that you would like to work with.
Okay. And Tex, we've heard a lot of this year about the Trusted Capital Program and the Trusted Capital Marketplace. How is NSIC different than this, and how do you partner, collaborate, or how do you integrate with that whole process?
So Trusted Capital Markets, TCM, fundamentally was about trying to put together to create a marketplace, if you will, of companies, startup companies and investors that have been vetted to ensure that they can be trusted, that they are not adversarial either on the company side or on the investor side. So it's a process that they put companies through and investors to check backgrounds, if you will, and make sure that this is from sources that that we're comfortable with, and that the key technical members of the startup company are people that we can feel good about. And then this is a place for those companies and investors to connect. NSIC is really an investor, if you will. We're a funder. I like people to understand that we look like a venture capital firm, but technically what we do is we provide prototype development contracts, but we actually provide dollars to put into startup companies, which is different from TCM, which is more kind of a clearinghouse and a meeting place.
Well, great. I want to thank you guys very much for doing this. I really appreciate it. It's great to hear more about NSIC as you guys are really getting up to speed now. It's wonderful to hear some of the investments you guys are making. And of course, Abby, it's always great to hear that how NSIN is progressing now into actually managing and delivering portfolio results, not just exploring, but really trying to drive things into the defense market. Thank you both for being in here, and we really appreciate you joining us here at Fed Supernova. Now I'm going to toss it back over to Bobby, and Bobby's going to step right into the next session.
All right, folks, I'm going to slide back in here. So what we're going to do now, we've got another short break. Ooh, we got a blurry camera. There we go. We have another short break. We're going to be doing some more networking until about 2:55. But don't go anywhere, guys. We've got 3 more excellent panelists coming up. We're going to be talking about AI this afternoon. We're going to be talking about building a capable and trusted drone ecosystem and more. So stay tuned for more panels, discussions coming after this. Head on over to networking, and we will see you back here shortly. Alrighty, folks. Hope you had a chance to meet some incredible people here in our networking sessions. We are back here. Bobby, I'm your host today, Bobby Struzik. And before we head over to our next panel, I want to give a quick overview of what we do here at Capital Factory. So for all of you guys tuning in here today, watching these incredible panels happening, Capital Factory is a place where those connections can happen. And if you're someone that has never interacted with what we do here in our ecosystem, I would really encourage you to reach out to us to get some more information. What we do here at Capital Factory is we make connections, right? We make connections to people to help them find their first customers and clients or investors. If they're looking to work with the Department of Defense, or if they're looking for a place to work here in downtown Austin, or they're looking for mentorship, or they're just looking to get an idea and make it something usable, Capital Factory facilitates those interactions, creates connections for people. And every single day we create serendipitous interactions for our founders and our entrepreneurs so that they can take their business to the next level. So if you're interested in just having a chat about what Capital Factory offers, feel free to reach out to us at members@capitalfactory.com. I would be more than happy to have a conversation with you at any point about what we do here and how we can help you specifically get plugged in here. Now, I'm over the little advertisement, so we're going to head on to our next incredible panel, and that's going to be about artificial intelligence. And that is not just a 2001 film. Artificial intelligence pushes the limits of known possibility. Yet AI creates unique challenges for public servants as much as philosophers. While countries like China forward with AI and military applications, democracies like the United States are working to balance the game-changing capabilities that AI provides with public concerns about when, how, and why AI-enabled tools are used for a country's defense. In this next session, we'll learn how DIU and others are helping apply the DoD's ethical principles for AI to accelerate the adoption of AI for national security while ensuring responsible, lawful use of this promising technology. So with that, I'd like to introduce our incredible three panelists for this session. First of which is going to be Mr. John Stockton. He is the co-founder of Quantifind. Joining him will be Bryce Goodman, the chief strategist for artificial intelligence and machine learning at DIU. And finally, we're going to be having Carol Smith. And she is the senior research scientist in human-machine interaction at Carnegie Mellon University's Software Engineering Institute. Please welcome our three panelists. Come on up. Welcome. Join us, and I will let my esteemed guests take it away from me.
Excellent. Thank you, Bobby. And welcome to our panel. So today we are going to be talking about artificial intelligence and looking at the ethics and responsible AI and how that can be done. I will ask my colleagues to introduce themselves. Bryce, if you could go ahead.
Sure. Bryce Goodman. I'm Chief Strategist for Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning at Defense Innovation Unit. I've been around DIU for quite some time, and I'm excited to be here today.
And John?
Great, thanks, Carol. My name is John Stockton. I'm co-founder of Quantifind. We're a startup out of Stanford. We build AI products for open source risk assessment for organizations and individuals. We usually work with banks. I've been leading a SWAT team to expand our technology to law enforcement defense applications that we'll talk about today in the context of responsible AI.
Excellent. Thank you both. Wonderful. So, Bryce, I will ask you to just start us off and tell us a bit about the DIU mission and how you work with the commercial sector.
Great. Yeah, thanks, Carol. So DIU is a DoD entity. We're within the Office of the Secretary of Defense for Research and Engineering, and we are focused on deploying commercial technology in support of national security. We do this by running what we call a commercial solution opening program, or CSO. And during the CSO process, we work with DoD partners to identify DoD needs. We then put out a solicitation describing that need. We receive bids from lots of companies, big companies, small companies. Most of the companies have never done work with the DoD or, for that matter, the US government before. We then run a down selection process and get folks onto contract, usually within a matter of months. And we then have a 1 to 2 year prototype period where we are developing and testing and deploying that technology with our partner in an operational setting. And if we're successful, at the end of that, we can transition onto a production contract that allows that technology to be scaled out across the services. We have 6 different technology areas. Artificial intelligence is just one of those. Others include things like space and human systems and cyber. We have a new advanced energy and materials portfolio. And one of the things that makes us unique is that we operate jointly. So across all of the services, all the combatant commands, we work with many of the 3-letter agencies, DIA, NGA, you name it. We've even got projects now with NOAA, and the State Department, which is exciting. So we really are focused on whole of government efforts in the security space. And therefore, we've gotten to have access to a wide variety of programs that expose us to substantial breadth and depth of AI applications within the DoD.
Excellent, excellent. And to remind those who may have forgotten, those DoD ethical principles are responsible, equitable, traceable, reliable, and governable. And can you talk a bit about how you are operationalizing the DoD AI ethical principles?
Yeah, absolutely. So those principles were developed originally by the Defense Innovation Board, and that was a 2-year process, consulting with academia, industry, government folks, trying to come up with what would be 5 sort of core pillars that we could build our responsible AI infrastructure around. And we think that those are 5 really solid principles. They're concise. I'd encourage anybody who's interested to go on the DoD website, and you can read a fairly lengthy report describing how those principles were conceived. So we think that's tremendous work. We at DIU are in the business of executing projects, right? We're not a policy organization. We are, in the business of getting down into the trenches and writing code, deploying code, et cetera. And so consequently, we needed a way to take these principles and put them into practice, right? How do you translate, a principle around traceability into something that an engineer is going to understand? That a product manager is going to say, okay, yeah, that's how I'm going to adapt my product to make sure that principle is being recognized. So that's really the gap that we've been seeking to address. And private companies like Quantifind, who you'll hear about later, have put a bunch of thought into these same issues. And we've been fortunate to talk to Quantifind as well as a bunch of other companies to understand, how are they tackling these challenges within their own business. And at the end of the day, what we've done is we've taken input not only from our own experience, running AI programs over the past 5 years, but also talking to folks out in industry and academia, and tried to put together a very practical, pragmatic sort of framework that consists of a series of questions that we ask at each stage within an AI project. So we see AI projects being comprised of a planning stage, right? This is when everybody's excited. What is it that we're going to do? We need to out in the world. And what we've done is we've put together, as I said, a set of questions that we ask at each stage. And we also have documentation that accompanies those questions. And the real purpose of this, which I'll get into the questions in a moment, but the real purpose is to provoke discussion, right? We operate from the belief that the answers are far less important than making sure that the questions themselves are raised, and making sure that we're all clear about where we do have answers and also where we don't. And
I think Bryce is having some connection issues. Oh, go ahead.
Okay, sorry. I don't know where you lost me, but I'm just going to plow ahead.
That's fine.
So there are 3 things that I want to say up front before diving into to the actual questions. The first is that ultimately we think that responsible AI is a process, not a checklist, right? It's not a static thing. There's no single document that once you've filled that out, you can guarantee yourself, you have a responsible program. Instead, it needs to be a continuous and iterative process that we're engaged in. The second is that we're not trying to strive for absolute perfection. We're instead trying to identify what are major defects, right? So this is more, how can we avoid the worst outcomes? And then lastly, not all of our programs are going to make it through. this framework, and that needs to be an acceptable outcome. Okay, so into the meat of it, the planning stage, which is the first stage, is comprised of 5 key questions. The first is, have we clearly defined tasks, quantitative performance metrics, and a baseline against which to evaluate system performance? So we're really getting into, have we narrowed down, is AI actually relevant to the problem at hand? And do we have a way of measuring when we've been successful that aligns with the operational use case? Second question, have we evaluated ownership of, access to, provenance of, and relevance of candidate data and models? So really being clear about tracing how the data has been obtained, how it's being used, as well as how those models are being built, how the ownership works over those models, and so forth. Third question is, who might be affected by the system? Who are the end users, so the people using the system, but also stakeholders, and responsible mission owner who owns that system, right? We believe that it's really critical to have a named individual who's responsible for overseeing all changes within that AI system. Fourth, have we conducted harms modeling to assess the likelihood and magnitude of different kinds of harms? So this could be harms ranging from the very obvious physical and psychological harms to more sort of almost conceptual harms, like are we eroding free speech, or are we creating a tool that could in some way hinder the democratic process? We take a lot of time during this step, and really this is the kind of catastrophizing stage, right, where we're trying to identify what are all the things that could go wrong. Because if we don't spend that time really thinking through all the ways that a program can go wrong, we're not able to build in those safeguards to make sure that that doesn't happen. And finally, we ask, have we identified the process for system rollback, right, for taking a system that doesn't function offline and for identifying errors? To be clear, errors will occur in practice. Even a nearly perfect model is going to make a wrong prediction someday. So it's important to design workflows that are robust to those areas. I'll just go really quickly through the other 2 stages. Development. This is where we consider how a data and model can be protected from manipulation, so adversarial input, etc. We go into defining reporting processes for system performance. So this feeds into sort of standard testing and evaluation type thing. And then we identify roles and persons who have the power to make and certify changes. And then finally, when we get into deployment, we're thinking about things like task and data validation, functional testing, harms assessment, quality control, and so forth. So keep an eye on our website, diu.mil. We're going to be releasing our formal report in the next month, which is going to include not only a lot more detail about what I've talked about, but also will include 2 case studies, including Quantifying, that really shows how this works in practice, because that's really, I think, where it becomes clearest.
Excellent. And John, can you give us your perspective on this work? What's your experience been like working with DIU? What has Quantifying's experience been like?
Yeah, thanks for the setup, Bryce and Carol. Yes, again, John, Quantifying. It's been great. We've been working on one of the CSOs that Bryce mentioned for the last year or so. And I'll speak to kind of the responsible AI part of it, but I'll start with a little bit of the overall experience. But when we get into the AI, it's all about the artifacts that we're developing, in addition to kind of the worksheets that Bryce mentioned. There are these model cards and risk cards and other things that we can use to really effectively align and document as kind of a conversational piece to make sure that we're all on the same page with these issues. So first of all, the experience with DIU has been excellent. They've been efficient, transparent, very Silicon Valley friendly in the way they operate. So that's been appreciated. And for the responsible AI project that we're kind of being the guinea pig on, they've been very clear on what's been established, what hasn't. On their side, it's about where they're trying to go with us, like Bryce was saying, not imposing these onerous constraints that tax our progress on these other, what might be perceived as more important technical fronts, right? So basically where we're at is there's all these high-level principles. Bryce mentioned the DoD ones. There's also the ODNI ones, a few other agencies. Each agency kind of has their own. There's older kind of executive orders that are relevant. And so we had to kind of consolidate some of those. And then it gets down to operationalizing them. But I do recommend, I think you're going to share some links of those that exist for people to go look at to have a sense of what we're talking about. If you look at those principles, I mean, they all share, there's some overlap there, and they all share, and there's things like equitable and about bias, but there's also ones that you might be surprised about that are more kind of government focused, like governable and controllability. And so we need to translate those into technical constraints, and they beg questions, equitable to who, how governable. So you have to be really specific. The great thing is DIU is technical enough to be able to go back and forth with us on those issues. They've welcomed our input, and importantly, everybody seems to care. Like our team cares about the end result. DIU obviously does, and even the DoD and customer does, which is critical, because if they weren't bought in, then this would all be for naught. So it's something everyone wants to get right from the design phase, that these constraints kind of are built in as opposed to tacked on after the fact. So yeah, to get more operational, let's talk about some of those artifacts as tangible, deliverables of this process. And overall, like I said, people talk about these AI alignment problems. What that means very explicitly here, not just in an abstract philosophical sense, is that we need to set up some documents and artifacts to actually iterate over as a means of communication, to align, users represented by DIU and the agencies here, and the people building the AI, quantifying in this case. So I'll go, there's three kind of classes I'll talk about here. You can imagine other ones like data cards and such, but there's the worksheets and the process that Bryce outlined. I won't go into detail since he did there, but those are essentially, question response style, how the principles apply to our product specifically. And that's really a great opportunity to put things on the table, right? Again, like Bryce is saying, you don't have to answer things perfectly, just, own up, radical transparency, talk about things you're worried about that they maybe haven't thought of, and be proactive about it. And then the next one on top of worksheets is these model cards. So some people in the audience may be aware of some kind of standards that are developing industry and across government on documenting models with model cards. They're promoting standards that really try to define a model, what goes into it, what goes out, what does it do, give specific examples, talk about its strengths and its weaknesses. And the weaknesses are just as important as the strengths here. I use the analogy, it's like a scouting report, right? Think of the model or the product that it's using as kind of a teammate of yours, in an augmented intelligence sense. You need to know where that teammate is strong and weak, such that you can override it in the field or in battlefield or on the ground situations. There is a point there of like, are you talking about the granular models or the overall system as a model? Because sometimes the government uses that language. And you need to do both. You need to talk about the kind of organism and the organs within, and kind of ladder that up. But that's the essence of model cards. There's another kind that we've been more proactive on, and this is representative of the willingness of the government to let us be proactive in defining risk cards. I mentioned earlier that my company, as a product, offers a search engine, like Google for Bad Guys, that labels organizations and people with risk labels. And there's a responsibility that comes with that. You don't want to kind of haphazardly label a person or organization as bad if they're not, or if your definitions are unclear. So we really want to set up these artifacts, these risk cards, to document what the risks are, defining them very explicitly, from what is human trafficking, what is wildlife trafficking, all these types of things, and putting in explicit metadata and defining the what of what we're actually talking about. And also, it's not us writing it necessarily, but it's us facilitating the conversation with domain experts and users such that they can teach us, right? So it's, in a way, we're the trainers and we're helping them train us. It's training the trainers of the models. And the caveat here is that this is not an official standard yet. This is something we're trying to innovate on. But it shows that there's room to shape the conversation. I'll go quickly over the last part here, but all these things have human processes behind them. There's training data processes, making sure that, people should always be skeptical of their training data, because, how you teach something is how it acts. And so you need to make sure it's representative, there's fair sampling, it's not inappropriate, and many definitions of the word inappropriate. You need to have model testing and monitoring. Really, people don't think about this with ethics, but it has to work, right? If people's lives are on the line, it has to work. And so how are you making sure that it works performance-wise, not just once, but continues to? So you need, to check for model rot, have a semi-frequent process to make sure that it's not slipping, and then maybe not, shutting the system down, but like, putting a notice up for refresh if you need it. There's also user tests, and when you're doing user tests, you're usually testing like, bragging about, how efficient you are and stuff, but you need to also look at the trade-off of that, saying, are you too efficient and that there's irresponsible usage happening and people are misinterpreting the results and trusting it too much. So to finish, you really need to have a full stack view here. Like, we call it responsible AI, but it's also responsible products as a whole. It's not just on the model builder. A backend engineer could screw up a feed. The UI designer can miscommunicate the otherwise good results, or overstate their confidence, and the results need to be transparent enough. We can lead you to water, but you have to be able to see the water before you drink as a user. So it's good to have that healthy paranoia across the stack, and to make sure nobody's dropping the ball. But that's all I had to say for now. A lot I didn't cover, but hopefully this gives a flavor of the kind of things we're working on.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you, John. Yeah, and we thinking about this work. How is that feedback loop working? Bryce, do you want to talk a little bit about how the feedback is working between the two organizations?
I do. Yeah, I think the DoD, we can create a really positive feedback loop by engaging closely with our vendors. In this case, really we're focusing on workflow design. So, the baseline is a human being who has to review 10 million documents to make a decision. And AI can't automate that decision away, nor do we want it to. But what it can help do is to prioritize those 10 million documents in a way where that analyst can all of a sudden gather far more information than they ever would have on their own. So we still need to have, in these cases, a human being making a decision. And there are certain areas where that's always going to be the case, right? It's not a question of, just the technology is not good enough. It's simply that we will never want to have a non-human entity making certain kinds of decisions. So we need to have appropriate workflows that take that into account, right? And ensure that in those applications, there is a human. Another point is that, all of the things we've been discussing so far need to have really strict test evaluation, verification, and validation procedures. And this is something that I think the DoD can really play a role in that will actually help to advance industry. Not just companies that are working with the DoD, but also taking those methodologies and applying them to work that they do with other customers as well. And that's something that we've had the pleasure to work with extensively with John. And I think it's a role that the government writ large has to play in helping the commercial AI sector to really be able to come around a common set of metrics, right? A common set of definitions and concepts, which we can then all mark ourselves against.
Excellent. Yeah, it's such important work. This is just really, really good to hear. John, could you talk about what lessons you've learned, what you're looking forward to next?
Yeah, overall, just to call it, it's a work in progress from everybody's perspective, right? I would encourage, though, encouraging other vendors that may be in our position in the future to be proactive, like we've tried to be. I do think, this is more carrot than stick in lots of ways, that if you do this well, you'll be set up to, win more deals or have more, say in exactly, how you're working with the government. And it also, there's always a defensive attitude that sometimes comes with responsible AI. You're not doing it right, you're going to get slapped, right? And it's compliance. But there's also an offensive angle, if you do it right and you do know where the lines are, you can get more aggressive on fighting the bad guys, right? And accomplishing the mission, and not get stuck in this gray area where everyone's confused and hesitant to move because they don't know what's right? So that's one of the lessons. Other than that, it's all about transparency and exposure. Not being too close to of course, you're not going to give up IP, but you want to expose what you're doing, get issues on the table, have that radical transparency, draw clear lines of acceptable and unacceptable model behavior, and really call out I'm looking forward to, as DIU has more of this, they're going to have successes and failures, and learning from those failures, really doing kind of war planning to know where we might fail and getting specific about it is important. So other than that, it's also just about diversity of stakeholders, not just, it's called AI again, but that's it's not just on the data scientist on the corner, right? They need to have that all the help from the users to the rest of the team to know that they're interpreting things correctly and implementing models that work.
Yeah, and particularly with that last point, the diversity of a team is going to really help the whole team to think differently and to ask questions. It's a great point, and I love the radical transparency. Bryce, what are some of the lessons you've learned? What are you learning right now, and what do you look forward to next?
Yeah, I mean, I think one thing that we've learned, not to pat John on the head too much, but the fact is, I think what's worked really well with this relationship is that Quantifine's taken a view of like, this is something we're co-developing, right? I mean, we're all somewhat new to not new to building AI models, but new to deploying in this particular circumstance. And so rather than having a sort of shields up approach where we're just constantly trying to protect one another or ourselves rather, being able to have that free flowing conversation and that trust really between the government and vendor. I mean, that is just so important, right? And that's the kind of thing, it's intangible. You can't write it into a contract, but it's certainly the kind of thing that I hope our guidelines sets out to establish, right? Because we're really trying to set up an environment in which we're asking questions that we know there are no, one right answer to. And so people are allowed to sort of wrestle with them, right? And it could be that there are cases where there isn't a super satisfying answer. And in that case, it really falls onto whoever it is on the DoD side who's the responsible owner of the mission to make that choice, right? We don't want to pretend that we can eliminate all risk. And so that's, I think, really important. And that really fits well within, I think, the military culture where we have a very clear chain of command, right? And we're used to operating in areas of uncertainty. And we're used to being okay doing that because we know that we have really strong principles that guide our actions.
Excellent. Yeah. And let's shifting a little bit. What are some of the challenges ahead for responsible AI? Where do you see things going next?
So I think one of the things I'm really excited to see is the work that NIST has been doing. So they've got a workshop on October 19th and 20th, where excuse me, to discuss risk management frameworks. Ellum, who's over there, is phenomenal, and I'm really excited to see how that goes. The JAIC, which we work really close with, they've been also focused, extensively on thinking about how do you really operationalize and scale this to the entire department, and that's a huge challenge, right? We're kind of fortunate at DIU that we are small, so we really can get down into the into the trenches and into the weeds quite a bit on our projects. Of course, when you talk about scaling that to a really large enterprise, it gets into questions around governance with a lowercase g. How do we create the appropriate reporting structures, the appropriate lines of accountability, and education? That's a really, really, really. I mean, it's kind of an obvious, but it's just so important. And really, it's got to start off with like understanding what it is that we as the government are buying, and if we don't know what it is that we're buying, there's no way that we're buying that's ethical or responsible to do. So before we even get into thinking about ethics training per se, like we need to bring up the level of literacy around these programs. That doesn't mean turning everybody into a Python engineer, but it means getting people comfortable with understanding what these systems can, what their limitations are, how they perform, at a high level, and that sort of thing. I'd love, John, to hear from you also, like what you're kind of encountering.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's about looking forward to all the guidance that you're talking about coming from other places like NIST. As a former physicist, I appreciate NIST standardization, and we try to take that attitude, even if things can't get as crisp as NIST is usually, because ethics is a murkier domain. Then that we very much look forward to that. And yeah, honestly, it's just follow through. I mean, things with government take time, and so we're really looking forward to like keeping it going and getting into a steady state on this. Like we're still kind of in the honeymoon phase and the workup phase and the for this particular project, but ideally every project gets to a point where you're monitoring, right, and you're evolving. Like I'd say with machine learning models, it's like being a historian with data, right? But sometimes history change, like the world changes, and you're going to have to change with it. So it's the same with ethics and controls around that like it's not set it and forget it. You have to keep up. And so like getting into that flow is really what we're looking forward to.
Awesome. Excellent. Thank you both for a wonderful discussion. And yeah, let's keep the conversations going, making responsible, equitable, traceable, reliable, and governable AI systems. And please watch the diu.mil site for the report coming out in the next few weeks from the DIU on responsible AI. And Bobby, back to you.
Thanks, guys. Right on time. That was great. Just right on time. Thank you, Carol. Thank you, John. Thank you, Bryce, so much for your time this afternoon. And really, thanks to all of our panelists up to this point. We've got a couple more coming up for you now, guys. So we're going to keep on chugging along. We're going to move on to the next session of the day, which is going to be building a capable and trusted drone ecosystem for the U.S. and our partners. In this session, you're going to learn how the DIU facilitates the drone acquisition process. We'll dive into DIU's Blue UAS project, which established trusted small unmanned aerial systems for broader Department of Defense government partners. And so for this one, we're actually going to broaden our list of people here today. We're going to have 4 panelists for you here today. And these panelists will include, first off, Mr. Joel Castillo. He is the Unmanned Aircraft Systems, Robotics and Autonomous Systems Senior Officer for the Corvid Technologies at the Office of the Secretary of Defense. We're going to bring up Sean Anderson as well. He is a project manager at DIU. We're going to bring up Andrew Musto. He is the Deputy Director of Autonomy at DIU. And finally, Mr. Jason Kirkpatrick, the Program Manager at the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. 4 more of my esteemed guests. Let's bring them on up here. And thanks, guys, so much for joining us this afternoon. We're very happy to have you here. And I'm going to let you guys take it away.
All right. Thanks, Bobby. I appreciate the intro. Again, I'm Sean Anderson. I'm in DIU's autonomy portfolio, and I'm primarily focused on working on Blue UAS. I definitely want to share with you how the autonomy portfolio has been focused on building a capable and trusted drone ecosystem, and Blue UAS is our approach to doing so. Blue UAS has been challenged by different policy changes over the last couple of years within the DoD and in the government, as many who are in the space are aware, and policy is always changing, and so we always have to be adapting to it. And Blue UAS is DIU's answer to that. So as you may recall, over the last few years, initially COTS systems were faced with a ban because of cybersecurity concerns and other concerns within operating in the government space. In late 2019, the NDAA, Section 848, as we're all aware, also restricted certain components from certain countries and further limited the applicable drone space for use in the DoD. And then finally, earlier this year, Executive Order 13981 essentially extended a lot of those limitations to the whole of government, so not just the DoD. DIU, in turn, focused on and created the Blue UAS project and its different platforms in order to respond to this, and thankfully has been joined by the Deputy Secretary of Defense's guidance in September of 21 for the operation and procurement of UAS. So Blue UAS is a whole of government and whole of DoD solution for rapidly prototyping and scaling commercial UAS technology for the Department of Defense and government. And we're doing that through 5 different lines of effort. The first 2 are pretty familiar and core to DIU's CSO process, and that is the Foundry and the Framework. Blue UAS Framework focuses on developing individual components that are going to be later useful in both the commercial space and specific to DoD applications, components that may not necessarily exist within current policy limitations that need to be developed. The Foundry is DIU's proven prototyping process. It's the traditional CSO where we develop a commercial technology into a DoD technology that we can use within the DoD or inside of the whole of government. 3 new different lines of effort have been added to Blue UAS to cover the new and changing policies that have existed in the last year. The on-ramp is a streamlined approval process where we vet systems to make sure that they're policy compliant and essentially add them to the Blue UAS cleared list. The cleared list is a roster of vetted systems. They're constantly maintained and constantly interrogated to make sure that they're still policy compliant, but they're available for anybody inside of the DoD and in turn the US government that wants to follow the same policies to use and to purchase. And then lastly, we have the Blue UAS Hub. The Hub is a centralized information repo where any user in the DoD can seek out information about cleared systems, understand test data, and other necessary pieces of documentation that go with those systems so that they can otherwise be used. We started this process back in August of 2018, and moving into the 2020 ban on NDAA and foreign components through, the NDAA Section 848. Blue UAS 1.0 was born out of the Soldier Short-Range Recon Program, and what that resulted in was 5 different prototype systems that you see here on the left. These 5 systems are all personal reconnaissance drones that were designed specifically for the DoD. None of them necessarily existed in the wild beforehand, and they're really designed to be military UAS. That is distinctly different than the current project that we're going through right now, Blue SUAS 2.0. The 2.0 project is looking to take already existing commercial systems, validate them, and verify that they are policy compliant, and then move them onto the cleared list so that they can be used in the whole of DoD. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to the panel, and we're going to talk a little bit about how we got where we are in the current environment, as well as what we're doing and what our next steps will be to make sure that we're providing that ecosystem for all of the DoD and government. So Cash, I'm going to turn it over to you first. Why is acquisition and sustainment involved in the COTS UAS space?
Sean, thank you very much for that. First of all, let me say that Bobby is the greatest hype man ever. I'm going to use him to introduce me on all events from now on. I hope Bobby from Capital Factory is listening. And so thank you for that, Bobby. Also, thank you very, very much, Sean, for that introduction of Blue UAS. I believe you captured it all in just a few slides. So the DoD and as a whole and ANS as a whole has been instrumental since the very beginning of what you mentioned there, the policy from May of 2018. When that overarching policy came out, when it was determined that they were cyber vulnerabilities with commercial off-the-shelf UASs, ANS and the DoD knew we had to regulate, knew from the very beginning that we had to set policy and procedures in order for the DoD to procure and operate commercial off-the-shelves. I think in that as a whole started it for ANS, because that delegation or that guidance memo delegated approval authority to the Undersecretary of Defense, Acquisition and Sustainment, and the Department of Defense, CIO, to be the approvals authorities for all exemptions to policy. So ever since then, ANS has been had a vested interest in ensuring that the Department of Defense use cyber secure UASs in all that they do and make those available to the warfighter.
Awesome. And can you go into what you think the biggest challenges are with COTS UAS in the space right now?
Obviously, we have a ton of challenges with the UASs, and mainly because the DoD has so many missions, so many operations. We can use UASs in so many aspects of in the Department of Defense, from surveilling airfields to search and reconnaissance, as you mentioned earlier, and everything in between. We need small ones, large ones. We need UASs to serve as antennas. We need UASs to serve as communication relays. We need UASs to be visual eyes in the sky. And with that, I think that one of the biggest challenges has been identified, there's no secret to this, is the interoperability. I think the interoperability standards that the DoD has between hardware, software, network architecture, everything in between is a big challenge that we're facing right now. We're trying to ensure that these cyber safe to fly UASs are available, and how do they talk to each other? What's the standard? What's the common architecture between them? I think that's I know that's one of the biggest challenges, and we're trying to do our best to overcome those.
Awesome. And Jason, what do you see as the biggest challenges to end users in the policy environment?
So I gotta start by saying I've heard you and Cash talk more just now than I think the entirety of our relationship up till today. So this is kind of awesome, and what a great format. So I think the big challenge for us, because we do non-tactical operations in the Corps of Engineers almost entirely. We have very little tactical operation and my program doesn't really involve that. So our biggest challenge is just keeping flying. And when this thing hit, the history that you laid out, it was bleak and very, very difficult. And ANS and DIU both became kind of lighthouses in the storm for us to find our way to being able to keep flying. And for the Corps of Engineers, our need to fly is paramount almost all year, because we have different types of emergency response and activities going on. And so we're perfectly willing to adapt to the policy as it comes out. And probably, if I were to say the challenge there is that the target tends to move. And so your program, as you laid it out, and as I've witnessed and been involved in, is trying to broaden our aperture so that we can hit that target no matter where it moves, and we have a wider range fan. And so I think it's, I don't want to circle myself, so I'll stop there.
No, I appreciate it. And Cash, I think you could probably follow up a little bit on what do you see how do you handle that moving target policy challenge from an ANS perspective?
It's very difficult. It really is. Because, as we know, emerging technologies, a lot of times technology, well, in every aspect, technology moves a lot faster than policy can keep up. Technology moves so much faster than what we can do make sure that we regulate what's coming out there. So how do we tackle it? Number one, we have we partner with partners like DIU, and of course Army Corps of Engineers to figure out the best way we can to introduce cyber safe, ready to fly UASs to the Department of Defense. And we tackled that in the new version of that policy that you mentioned in your intro slide. This new version of the policy not only sets out to the procedures to procure and operate, but also it gives a list of cleared UASs that are either programs of record within the DoD or considered non-COTS or are identified as blue UASs, that you have not only Blue UAS 1.0 with the quadcopters available to in the GCA, but also the Blue 2.0 that's coming along. That policy is coming. It changes, but we also see that policy as a benefit in the DoD, because it allows that warfighter all the way down range, that sergeant that wants to get a UAS for his unit for whatever reason, he has procedures, specific procedures that he can follow to procure and operate those. And more importantly, that policy, that overarching policy, allows the services and the component commands to be able to set their own policy and guidance for all their warfighters to do it. So, yeah, it's challenging, but I think we're overcoming it little by little.
I'd chip on to that and say that this latest policy that's rolled out is very well crafted, in that it gives, as you said, Cash, it gives us, the folks on the line, the technical parameters to stay in. There's very clear boundary lines for us, and now we can start bringing a technical solution. Like our procedural controls protect our data and ensure that we're cyber secure, and that's been something we've had trouble getting recognized. And it's always been, get the vendor to give you something cyber secure. Well, we have procedures in place to protect our data, even if we have a nefarious vendor or we have a failure with the hardware. We have procedures in place, and I know that's been recognized by ANS, and it's being incorporated into some of the work that we're doing on the hub with DIU. So all those are good things. So the policy has evolved in a positive way.
Thank you, Jason. I think that was absolutely the case in drafting that. Would try to keep as many folks in mind when using it. And I think if you notice, there's caveats in there now, Sean and Andrew, that are important for folks like you and your business, because they're research and development. Now you can use certain COTS UAS in your research and development, and while we're doing that, it maintains that NDA compliance to Section 848. It's compliant with EO 13891, and it makes sure that all the DoD is using the same procedures. So I know. Like I said, we're probably going to start drafting the new version, because in 2 years from now, the UAS technology that's being developed right now, it's going to make that policy out of date, and we have to catch up. So we're already working that. But thank you for that, Jason. It took a lot of work, and I'm glad the Deputy Secretary of Defense saw it and said it was important for the DoD and really rushed it to get it implemented, signed and implemented.
Yeah. Awesome. Thanks, Cash. Andrew, why do you think DIU is in this space, particularly when it comes to commercial UAS of this type?
This is a space that the commercial market has driven significantly more than the federal market up until now, particularly small quadcopters, small multi-rotors. That's a multi-billion-dollar commercial industry, and we're spending tens of millions in DoD on the problem set. That's specifically the wedge that DIU is set to tackle, where commercial industry is driving technology in faster iterations than DoD can keep up with. We've seen a lot of very, very impressive innovation on the small UAS space in the United States and other friendly countries. The mission of DIU is to strengthen the national security innovation base. So small UAS is a clear area where DIU has found utility in being involved and will continue to do so in the future.
Sorry, Cash, I thought you were going to jump in there.
I was going to say, one of the things I think from our side in the UXX team and at ANS, we're very proud of the fact that we've partnered really close with DIU in not only 1.0 and 2.0, and we rely on them a lot. Andrew knows I call you guys all the time. Hey, help me out with this, from definitions to technology, to surveys, to markets. And I strongly believe that the partnership that we've established between DIU, ANS, RNE, is essential for the entire department as a whole. And we consider DIU as the experts in this field for the Department of Defense, not only within us, but within the Department of Defense. So we're greatly appreciative of your knowledge and expertise. And I sometimes take credit for your work. I'm very proud of that.
That's what headquarters does.
Yeah, you know that. I just take credit for their work. Thank you, Andrew.
Well, I mean, right back at you guys. I've had you on speed dial for the last few years. The partnership between us and ANS has gotten us to where we are today. I think anybody that's in this space, in the federal space, know that this is nowhere near a solved problem. We could optimize everything from the way that we do the waiver process to getting to the point where we've got more approved ones that don't need waivers. More capital injection into this market space as a whole would be really useful for the entire industrial base. There's a lot of work to do in the future, but we wouldn't be here without the partnerships we've got till now. Apologies for my puppy in the background.
Andrew, if you want to get after that. Jason, really quickly. So we heard the headquarters perspective, but how do you think that other end users can work together as a government to really kind of help with the policy changes that are happening in this space?
So that's an excellent question, Sean. The biggest thing that we need is commonality of standards, and the executive order and the DoD guidance are now starting to get that commonality, and what we do, at least in the Corps, and I think also with other organizations like the Department of the Interior, was a tremendous guide for us to establish our program. And they recognize, and the Tennessee Valley Authority and a lot of state organizations that we work with in the Corps, they recognize that Part 107 is a good training program for use of small UAS for what it's made for, but it's not complete or comprehensive enough in the standards and language and procedures, especially when cybersecurity is concerned, for government operations, for the deeper effort of scientific and engineering data collection. And so I think the more that we can band together as organizations within the government, and even the industry teams like the oil and gas industry and the power industry that use these systems, the more that we have commonality of standards and experience, the better off we're going to be turning this issue of cybersecurity for small UAS in our nation, because, and Andrew touched this, that the whole of government cannot twitch the needle on small UAS market. It's so big, And so we've got to be very smart and joined up on our standards and our practices. So I think that's the answer to your question, Sean, is standards and practices.
I will piggyback on that, Sean, as well. I think Jason is spot on. I think one of the things that was really instrumental, especially in the development of Blue UAS 2.0, in the getting it, we did ANS, DIU, and Jason knows that we didn't want to work in a bubble. We didn't want to work in a vacuum. We didn't want to be the only ones trying to implement Blue UAS for the government as a whole. I think it was instrumental that the folks at DIU brought in other federal government players in the small UAS market to bring them in and got their input. Hey, this is the kind of UAS we need. This is what we need it for. This is what we're going to use it for. This is what we'd like to pay. This is the kind of standard that we have. So I believe as a whole, I believe that was instrumental to developing it. It's not working in a vacuum in a bubble where you're just using it. As far as standards within the government, again, it's a challenge. It's absolutely a challenge that we recognize. We know that's a hard thing to kind of tackle because we in the DoD use it for so many reasons. I think we've established some of the right procedures and policies, and there's an organization within the Department of Defense called the Joint Robotics Autonomous System Enterprise. It's called JRAIS. It's long, but I believe in their name it says a lot. And they're bringing all the smart folks in Department of Defense, bring them together, and to start trying to establish roadmaps, operability standards, policy, etc., within the federal or within the DoD that's going to help and establish those standards as a whole.
Thanks, Cash. As we know, prior standards have been established by the government, oftentimes in conjunction with commercial experts. Andrew, do you mind talking to how DIU may engage with commercial experts to help develop a future standard?
So in general, when DIU embarks on a project, we do that in partnership with a military partner organization. The preponderance of the work that we've done thus far has been with the Army. Cash already mentioned the JRAIS. We're involved with the JRAIS quite a bit. And we should see the whole of DoD pushing out an interoperability protocol in the near future for Blue Small UAS. The balance that you have to try and strike there is not generating something that's calcifying or that bifurcates what we're doing with the vector that the commercial industry is going on. Because as we already mentioned, commercial industry is driving this a lot more than we are. It's a constant dance that we are continuing to struggle to get right. It's not something that we'll be able to publish and just walk away from, but we are working towards publishing standards, hopefully in the near future.
Awesome, thank you. And for Cash, I think you talked about the implementation guidance that came out last week. Can you shed a little bit more light on that? I know that that's something that isn't necessarily going to get out into the public eye, and I know you've had a bit of a public release on it, but is there any way that you can kind of help us understand that a bit more about how important that guidance is to a project like that?
Sean, thank you for that softball question for the audience. I personally wrote that, gave that to Sean and said, don't forget to ask me this question. Actually, we worked really hard on that. We were very fortunate that we went through the entire Department of Defense, all levels, all the services, all the way up to the Deputy Secretary of Defense and for implementation. We think it's extremely important overall. As I mentioned earlier, I kind of touched on it. It sets the procedures to procure and operate UASs, not only smalls, but group 1, 2, and 3. It sets those procedures as a government as a whole, or the DoD as a whole. And within those procedures, it allows you, it kind of regulates when a service member procures and operates safe, how to use it, when to use it, how to request exception of policy, how to request the use of airspace, et cetera, et cetera. So we think, but like I said, it's not released to everybody, so I'm not trying to say too much, but we think it's important for everyone in the Department of Defense to be able to use that technology. And not only that, it regulates, as I mentioned earlier, research and development. It regulates, service academies. It regulates what we can do in certain operational environments. There are 3 operational environments: controlled, uncontrolled, and benign. And then within these environments, what is your mission? So really, it brings it all the way down to the lowest level. And more importantly, I think with this policy, it pushes it down to the services and allows the services at their levels to set their own policies and to approve and review and approve exceptional policy requests.
Thanks, Cash. For Andrew, so what do you see as the most challenging aspect of DIU's next steps in the Blue UAS space, particularly as we're looking to go from 0 to 1 and from 1 to 2? Where do you see the future roadmap being?
That's a pretty broad question. I could pick any one of those lines of effort and give you 10 challenges that we've got in the next month, let alone the next year. The biggest challenge is still pulling all the disparate stakeholders of government together, and doing it in a way that makes sense, and doing it in a way that makes the folks join the team because they want to join the team and not because they're being forced to join the team. In general, that's kind of the constant thread of problem solving inside of government is getting people on the same page. From a policy perspective, it's getting people to understand what the policy is and expediting the process by which people get to use UAS. One of our issues is that our demand signal is artificially suppressed because people don't know what they don't know at the moment. So we are not flying enough UAS nationally and federally. We know that UAS are increasingly strategically, tactically, operationally relevant. We're not getting after understanding what that really means enough yet because we've got our own legal and policy barriers in place. So for the next few years, the Blue UAS team is going to try very hard to either knock down or go around as many of the barriers, perceived barriers as we can with help from our friends at ANS, and get the federal demand signal up to where it should be.
Jason, you had mentioned both tactical versus non-tactical uses of drones, particularly the Corps mission is somewhat different than a typical tactical use of a drone. And it's really important at DIU that we kind of balance, as we build out this ecosystem, where drones are used and for what purpose, because they vary in their capabilities and security and the necessity for security in different situations and environments. Can you talk to how the Corps uses drones and how that may be different?
Yeah, so first of all, we fly primarily in benign environments, but we do assessments based on the guidance that we have. And again, that goes back to having procedures that allow us to operate and use our discretion appropriately. And so primarily in benign environments, and primarily we do, again, scientific and engineering data collection, stuff that George Jetson wouldn't have dreamed of doing, that measuring the depth of water and mapping underwater with lasers, and it's science fiction stuff that apparently really exists, and I got people that do it with systems that we procure, and being able to get that highly accurate data is critically important. So it goes back to what Andrew said about the civil or the private sector driving the market. We're riding that wave of technology, and for a long time it was a Chinese technology wave, and there was a significant drop off when we lost their capability. And I've been kind of shocked at how fast we've been able to recover that, working with DIU and with ANS leadership, which it hasn't always been the case. I just, during this conversation, realized that I've forgotten to dread hearing from the Office of the Secretary of Defense over the last several months. So that's kind of a new experience for me. So good job, Cash. But yeah, the Corps does very detailed work, and we need that high quality data. And so we can't have that blanked out on behalf of security for a reconnaissance drone and not be able to use it, which is what we suffered from early on in this effort. And we've recovered nicely with Blue 2.0, and I hope to remain our team remains a part of this effort moving forward to ensure that.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Cash, do you have any final words before we close out?
No, thank you again, Sean, for this. I just want to say that ANS, through the efforts and collaboration of everyone, DIU, the Army Corps of Engineers. We're very proud of the fact of the work that we've done, and we look forward to future collaboration in this effort and making it the best possible we can for the warfighter. So thank you for that, and I appreciate being a part of this.
All right. Well, I'd like to thank Cash and Jason and Andrew for joining us today, and I'd really like to thank Capital Factory for putting this on. It was a pleasure being able to talk to everybody about the drone ecosystem and Blue UAS as a project at the Defense Innovation Unit. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
All right, awesome video. I want to give another special shout out. Thanks, Joel. Thanks, Sean. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Jason, for an incredible discussion earlier. For you guys watching at home, you don't need to do much at all. We're going to head out to our last panel of the day. For anybody here on site here in Austin at Capital Factory, feel free to come on up to the 8th floor because our next session is an in-person panel. Now we're going to move on. This is going to be our final session of the day. I hope all of you guys have really enjoyed programming that we've been able to put on for you today. Like I mentioned earlier, if you want to know more information about Capital Factory or how you can get involved as an entrepreneur or a founder or a large corporation or as a potential mentor or as an investor, we have a seat at the table for you here. So just reach out to members@capitalfactory.com. We'd be more than happy to have a discussion with you. Now, our final session of the day is going to be absolutely fantastic. This is going to be 3D printed bases of the future. Something that may seem quite sci-fi to a lot of us, maybe even 10 years ago, but now the technology is getting to the point where this is a possibility and something that is going to be a possibility for us moving into the future. So what we're going to hear from representatives from the Texas Military Department, the Defense Innovation Unit, and private construction technology startup Icon on how 3D printing can help improve speed, energy efficiency, and affordability concerns and introduce innovation solutions to our military community. So joining us in person here today in Austin, Texas, our panelists will include Evan Loomis, who is the co-founder of Icon. We have Michael Cornicius, the Texas Military Department Command Senior Enlisted Leader. Brian Stevens, the Director, Plans, Programs, and Innovation at TMD Construction Facilities Maintenance Office. And finally, Lieutenant Colonel Alex Goldberg, the Southwest Region Engagement Lead at DIU. We're going to head out to the live feed here on the 8th floor at Capital Factory and let them take it away.
Hey, Bobby, thanks for the introduction. And super fortunate to have the panel that we have right now talking about 3D printing of buildings. That's a thing. I didn't know it was a thing a couple years ago, but over the last few months, a lot of momentum has happened in this space. And I want to talk a little bit about why do we even care about 3D printed buildings or some of this technology. And it revolves around what we call in the DoD and in the military, contested logistics. This is this notion and this concept that whether it's the winter apocalypse that we just experienced here in Texas, or the challenges that we face overseas, we won't be able to get a gallon of gasoline downrange. Our communication will be contested, and we won't have free reign. Energy will be a challenge. And even doing construction downrange is going to be very challenging. And so we started with this problem set at DIU. We're all about taking commercial technology and accelerating the adoption within the DoD. Right? We as a nation need to move faster to help solve the challenges that we have as a country. And so I have a great panel with me today that I'll quickly introduce. Evan Loomis, who is the co-founder of Icon, an entrepreneur's entrepreneur, who has been in the ecosystem for quite some time. And we'll hear about his story of why he created this company and what his experience has been with the DoD, and how we can even improve and help inspire, engage, and support you in your journey in wanting to work with the DoD. We also have Chief Michael Cornutius, true warfighter, been in the DoD for a long time, a mentor and a friend. He is the senior enlisted leader for the entire Texas military department under Major General Tracy Norris. And he has really changed the culture within the Texas Guard and around Guard Nation and how we can interact with the community. And super excited that he's here with us today. And then we have Mr. Brian Stevens, who is the true GI Joe. Just retired as a lieutenant colonel, worked in the commercial sector, has come back and works in our construction facilities management office within the Texas Military Department, working a lot of the energy projects, microgrids. How do we have energy and water resiliency so that we can best respond in times of disaster? And so a little bit, I just want to open up to Evan first, of help us understand a little bit about Icon. And where did you get this idea to start 3D printed buildings? What was the problem that you guys were trying to solve?
That's great. Thanks, Storky. And thanks for wearing California casual and telling us to dress business casual. You're making us look good. Yeah, we started Icon with the goal of eradicating the housing crisis that we have in America and the world. There is no shortage of human suffering that's associated with people that are under-sheltered. The average American cannot afford a home, and 1 billion people around the world don't have shelter. And so it makes our democracy worse when we can't afford a house and the world is more unstable. And so we started this business with an incredibly high ideal of like solving this challenge. And we started with robotics and automation because we believe that through robotics and automation, we're actually going to like take a huge dent out of this issue of affordability. And so in 2018, we 3D printed the first house in America. It was incredible. It was in East Austin. I did it in my buddy Taylor's backyard. South by Southwest was coming up, which is a big event in Austin. And I called up Taylor and I said, "Hey man, I need your backyard, please." He was like, "What do you want to do? What do you want to do, dude?" And I was like, "I'd like to 3D print a house." And he said, "No." And I asked him politely how much his mortgage was, that I would cover his mortgage, and he said, "Hell no." And then eventually I said, "Look, man, we've got an incredible technology. We just need to print this house somewhere. If I'm successful, you can have the house for free." And so we did it, and it's a very famous house now, but it's in Taylor's backyard. And it was a humble beginning for us. And if you're trying to imagine what we're talking about, we use concrete. It's one of the most plentiful and abundant and inexpensive materials that humans have invented for the last 2,000 years. And we extrude concrete layer by layer, almost like a hot glue gun. And so inch by inch, we built the house. We did it in incredible speed, incredible time. And a few things kind of surprised us along the way. One, a bunch of neighbors pulled out 6 packs of beer, cigarettes, and we're just enjoying the show, which is, amusing at best. But 2, once we posted a video online of what we'd actually done, millions of video views had been seen. And we started getting phone calls from various heads of state from around the world and people in the government. And so we ended up raising a round of capital, which was amazing. It's called a seed round, to kind of accelerate the good work that we had already done, to take it from a little bit of a prototype and begin to scale up the company. And 2 things happened after that. Number 1, the Chinese showed up, and Stoichi showed up, this guy. And we had a moment where we were going to take like the red pill or the blue pill, and fortunately, no pun intended on that one. Fortunately for us, we had been kind of forewarned that we should not take Chinese capital at this stage of our business. And Stoichi showed up and said, "Hey, have you ever considered partnering with the Defense Department to accelerate your technology, telecommunications, human flight, a number of these critical technologies that the U.S. has led the way on have been developed in partnership with the DoD." And we said, "We're all ears." And a lot of our investors said, "Don't. Do not partner with the DoD. They're slow. They can't make decisions. This is going to hurt your valuation as a little bitty company." And thank God we didn't, because we've had a really incredible relationship, not just with the DoD, but specifically, within the DoD, Defense Innovation Unit, the Air Force, the Marine Corps, and now hopefully the Army as well. So it's been a really incredible ride.
Yeah, look, the innovation, as we're here in the DoDX community, innovation is not for the faint of heart. The bureaucracy is still strong. We are trying to make it easier, but it is still not easy for small startups like this to be successful in transitioning and scaling across the DoD. And a part of it is from DIU as the Southwest Region Engagement Lead, where we work with our defense customers to understand the problem statements, and then look and build those relationships with all the big prime VCs, the Sequoias, the Andreessen Horowitz, the 8 VCs of the world, to be able to find the latest and greatest technology on the commercial side to be able to adopt it. And so we always start with the defense problem set. So I want to reach up to Mike here in regards to what is the problem strategically around contested logistics? Why are we opening up the Texas Guard to work with these companies? Why does this matter? Why do we care?
Yeah, it's a great question. So, you think about it, and to put it in the civilian terms, our logistical chain within the United States is pretty in place, intact. Now, we do have some struggles now because of COVID, not having workers there, not having the warehouse availability. So multiply that by 10 and put that across the world. That's what we have to deal with day to day. And in a contested environment, so that we don't have the ease of movement that we normally are accustomed to now, if we end up having a large scale incident that, some of our countries that Evan even mentioned, that we become contested with them, we're not going to have the ease to be able to just ship concrete. We're not going to have the ease to be able to ship the equipment, the personnel, the fuel, things that you mentioned earlier. So what this does for us with this technology, and even others that we're working with, gives us the ability to use that material that's indigenous to that area. We don't have to worry about the supply chain as much, as long as we have the pieces that we need to create this structure and be able to use the aggregate and some of the equipment that's there, will still make it happen. And it doesn't matter about the fuel source even. Fuel source within those areas, we all have some form of petro that we can use, and we adapt and make that happen as well. So for us, for the military side, it is very instrumental in making sure that we have that capability that we can use wherever we go, whenever we need to, instead of having to depend on that supply chain that may be broken at any point in that whole conflict.
No, absolutely. And, Brian, if you could talk a little bit about, you're very familiar with construction. Most people don't know the bureaucratic process of what a normal construction. End of life of a building, we have a new requirement to construct anything, right? A barrack. Walk us through the process currently of what that looks like. How long does it take, cost-wise, just big picture here.
Absolutely. So, and what we discovered on part of this project, we normally program, 3 to 7, sometimes 9 years out in the military construction community. A full MilCon, military construction project, typically is a 7 to 10 year lead time. A minor MilCon, which is, something to build a small barrack like we did, it would be 3 to 4 years. We would program that. We're actually, comparing a baseline small MilCon barrack project to this, and that one will have troops in 3 to 4 years versus a project like this where we're able to go from programming to actually occupying it in about a year. So the speed at which we can execute is significantly faster. I mean, there's some advantages to the accelerated contracting environment that we're working in, so we've kind of backed that out, but it's still tremendously faster than a typical military construction contract or project that we would.
And give me an idea, if it's 3 to 4 years, what is a recent project that you have done with Icon, and ballpark, time-wise, at least just on that, how's that process been, more efficient
Yeah,
or faster?
absolutely. So, the catalyst for us needing a barrack, a military barrack, we have a massive shortage of transient training barracks. That's a barracks that we put soldiers and airmen in to train and prepare for missions. We have a huge shortage. Most of them are old. They're very inefficient. In terms of meeting our energy efficiency and resiliency, we need them to be super efficient, cheap, and fast, right? Impossible problem to solve in the DoD military construction environment. Luckily, we stumbled across Icon as part of this project here in Austin. We have a facility not too far from Austin, Camp Swift, Texas, and we were able to work with them to design and construct a transient training barracks in about 12 months, which in military construction terms is light years faster than our normal methodology. And that was given we were dealing with a global pandemic and the worst winter storm in Texas history that we'd ever seen. So 12 months was probably really, if we had to do that without a global pandemic and a winter storm, would have probably been like 8 or 9 months. So 8 or 9 months to deliver this barrack compared to 3 or 4 years would be the normal cycle. Still is the normal cycle that we would have to go
And giving
through.
some context, the backlog of construction within the DoD is over $100 billion, $100 billion with a B. And in the Army, it's about 60 billion. The Air Force, it's about 30 billion, on and on and on. And we only get maybe 10% of that from Congress to be able to get after it. And so the first customer that actually came to DIU was the Marines. They wanted to actually build hardened shelters for their vehicles and HIMARS, which are missile silos, missile facilities, mobile missile launchers downrange. And the challenge is because of these contested logistics, we can't get our material out there. What can be indigenous? Often in the DoD, we go, we want a faster horse. And that's pretty much how innovation works. You know what you know. And so from a DIU perspective, we're the joint entity at the Office of Secretary of Defense to take some of those wins and those lessons from the Marines and be able to scale that through Air Force IMSC and AFCEC, the Air Force Civil Engineering Center, being able to bring in the Texas Guard, right, that has a large footprint within the United States, to bring in NASA and Marshall Space Center and potentially 3D print on other planets. So if you could talk a little bit about, so where are you now, right? From 2.5 years ago as a small company, working with the small DIU contracts, SBIR, small wins, then moving to strat fives and strategic phase twos and getting a little bit more money. Where are you fast forward 2.5 years later? What has been your experience with working with DIU, working with the military? And where is the company now from that small building in your friend's backyard to what kind of contracts and things should we be seeing from Icon here now?
That's great. Good question. Yeah, our values at Icon are courage, velocity, and magnitude, and we are trying to move as fast as we possibly can to solve these incredible challenges. And so, from that first house, that we were able to accomplish that. We raised a seed round, and then we cranked out a dozen more homes in a foreign country, down in Mexico. The first 3D printed community. We came back to America during the pandemic and did a dozen more structures that are all different shapes and sizes. These aren't tiny houses. These aren't just large 4,000 square foot barracks with the Texas Military Department. They're anything you want. It's a digital approach to construction. And if you've got an iPhone and you can click on what you'd like to 3D print, it is about that easy. We're trying to usher in a completely new paradigm of construction that's going to be faster, more resilient, more beautiful, more interesting, with all kinds of incredible benefits, not least of which for people that are in contested environments. We don't need to have those folks there. They don't need to be in harm's way as much with this incredibly powerful automation that we're dealing with. So much like a lot of companies, we started with private sector dollars, just from venture capital funds. And we had money from the DoD and NASA and other organizations like that, and we kind of grew together. So we started small, $50,000 SBIR. That turned into a $1.5 million SBIR. That turned into a $15 million StratFi, which is like a fun word for a big SBIR. And then, wasn't trying to be funny, but maybe I should do stand up. And and then we partnered with DIU, and we were able to do a few million with Defense Innovation Unit in the Marine Corps. And so it's been an incredible partnership because we've really grown up with our government partners at the DoD and NASA, and they've been able to kind of move at the speed that we are, while knowing that we are really targeted towards this housing crisis. Like that is our mission as a company, and it's a twofer that we get to solve another huge issue, which is military construction. Like, we do not have enough resilient, beautiful, inexpensive places for our men and women to sleep at night. Just that is just a fact. And it is our tremendous honor to partner with the DoD in this incredible mission. It is not a distraction. It's like incredibly aligned with where we want to go as a company.
And a part is, right, because we don't have enough money and resources to get after the entire backlog, we are trying to stretch, like the Army gets about $1.6 billion to solve $6 billion of requirements a year. That's not all the requirements. That's what is absolutely critical and immediate. And so looking at new novel technologies, right, in the DoD, when you go and you show them a tank, they will then go, then with what money am I going to feed my horses? I already have a particular infrastructure, budget lines, the POM process, right? How we allocate funds from Congress. This is a very complicated process, and it doesn't provide the flexibility that we need to move at the speed of business and to meet some of these challenges. And so, right, where most of the research and development dollars back in the 50s came from, right, the DARPAs and our service labs, now they're coming from companies like, Icon and from Evan, and the venture capital private equity community. And we're trying to find ways to motivate, inspire, and engage them. And this is an example of a success story in doing very much that. Mike, if you can help understand just from the Texas Guard's perspective, the culture of being so open to providing access to this ecosystem, these companies, to our people, facilities, and equipment. Why is that important to you? Why is that important to the Adjutant General? Why is that important to the Governor? Why have we opened up, right, an innovation unit to be able to work with these companies?
Well, I tell you, from the Adjutant General's perspective in mind, it's very important. First, I just want to say I'm glad to see we're all hand talkers, because I do a lot of that. So thank you. There you go. But to as an older person, I consider myself. I know there's people that are older than I am, but 33, almost 34 years in the military, going from where we were to where we are now, and really looking at things and getting involved in these systems, these ecosystems and partners, it just makes us look more like we understand where we're going, what we want to do. So whenever we get in a senior leader position, we aren't planning for today, we're planning for 20 years down the road. So getting involved with these companies, getting involved in these type of environments really helps us work towards that direction. So for us, it's important, because as we transition out as senior leaders to whatever's next, whether we move up to a national level from the Guard perspective, or we transition out to civilian life, this is where it's going to be important and impactful for us, because we have to leave a footprint and make sure we're planning for the future. So people like Brian, who comes back and works as a civilian and brings that knowledge with him, working together with people like Evan and other companies that are out there, so that we can say, this is important for not today, this is important for tomorrow. And this is where our soldiers, our airmen that are involved today in the Texas National Guard are looking at us and going, oh, wait a second, you care about everything, every aspect of our life. It's not just about getting us out the door. It's not just going to work operationally somewhere. You're really trying to get after things that are going to affect our lifestyle, how we take care of ourselves, how we take care of each other. So the innovation talk that's going on, for me, like I was saying, as an older person, I love it. I think it's a great way for us to look. I think it's a great way for us to grow. And if we're not evolving as a military, if we're not evolving as a community, then we are going to be left behind. And the people that we are trying to serve and help, we're not going to be able to. So we've got to look forward. We've got to continue down the road. What's the future look like? How do we get there? So as I was saying, the Adjutant General and I, we talk about that and we think about that in the future. So the footprint that we have here in the Capitol Factory, so we have a Texas Military Department Innovation Cell, and they're here, and we have people that work out of there because we want to be part of the community. And it's not about us taking advantage just as a military entity. It's also helping those entities in the civilian sector partner with us and give them the opportunity to really test some of that, be part of the system with us, understand how we operate, and that we can work together, just like you've been doing really for us from the beginning with DIU now. How do we partner together and take advantage of each other? And I don't mean that in a negative connotation. I mean this in a positive way. How can we help you get what you need support with, and vice versa? What do you have that can help us, and that we can work together? We can test things for you. We can really get out there, and that's what we're about. And that's why we have this footprint here.
And that's very much what Secretary Hsu has said, right? As the Undersecretary for Research and Engineering, our private conversations that we've had with her, as well as the public, comments that she made this morning, this next phase of the DoDX ecosystem is really about collaboration. To move faster, right? Everyone has their silos of excellence, and we all have the best of intentions from all of the different MAGCOMs, PEOs, different services across the joint services. Everyone's trying to do the right thing and trying to leverage commercial technology. And we still need your help, right? It is still not easy, but you can't give up on us, right? Whether in the country, right, or some of the challenges that we face. I just want to talk a little bit about, in our time remaining, one is some of the use cases that you foresee of this 3D printing technology. You guys 3D printed the largest building in North America, right? Senator Cornyn, right, just did the ribbon cutting out here just last month. Help articulate, where do you see this going out in the future? I mean, this is just the very beginning of digitizing and automating, construction. Where can you see, what challenges do you think this can solve in the future?
Well, I think, first of all, it's definitely additive manufacturing, construction scale 3D printing is going to be disruptive to the current model of construction, without a doubt. I was a little bit skeptical at the beginning. I'm all in. This will disrupt the way that we construct structures in the future. I think specific applications for the military, installation related, obviously we can continue to solve our shortage of all types of facilities by using this remarkable technology to build faster, cheaper, more efficient buildings. But even more important, in an expeditionary model, we can build all of the things, as Evan hit on, that we need from materials that are ubiquitous and they're stronger, they last longer, and they're cheaper, and we don't have to bring a lot of materials with us. And in a lot of ways, by using the innovation that ICON and others are developing, we can do this autonomously without soldiers or airmen to have to put at risk. You can deploy the machine to build the structure or the shelter, whether it's a T-barrier, a HIMARS shelter, or whatever we need to build. We can build that in the future, I think, in the near future, without exposing our service members to risk, and then it'll be there when they need it, and we can build it as fast as we need to. So
I appreciate it. And Evan, in closing this up here, two-pronged question. One is, what advice do you have for other companies that are interested in working in this DoD space? You've been doing this for a couple of years, a number of the innovation organizations and different programs and grants. So part one is, what advice do you have for these companies? The second piece is, where do you see this technology going in the future, right? From just 3D printing walls to, where do you see this technology going here and elsewhere on other planets?
Thanks for the lead there. Yeah, for startup founders and for other folks that are looking to partner with the DoD, for me, it was incredibly intimidating, because when you think of something just like DoD, it's hard to break that down to actually what it means. And so as fast as you can find what Brian mentioned earlier, like a Sherpa that can help you know what the acronyms actually mean, because most people don't know how to speak in front of the DoD. I remember meeting. This is kind of embarrassing, but I met General Brown, the Chief of Staff of the Air Force, and I called him Charles. And Stoichi was like, "Bro, stop it, you idiot!" And like, it's just stuff like that you just have to learn by doing it. And so for people that are looking to partner with the DoD, hang in there. Get a Sherpa as fast as you can, and your technology may not be interesting, but you're never going to know unless you put your best foot forward and ask for feedback on your product. Two, I think the future of construction on this planet and on the moon and then Mars is going to be automated and digital. It feels like incredibly clear that if we do not head in that direction, the future is going to be worse. here in our country, and the future of the world is going to be worse. And so we are trying to usher in a completely new paradigm that's going to be better and faster and cheaper, and actually solve what felt like an unsolvable problem in our lifetime. So that's the mission that we're on. That's where I think we're going. And again, we feel incredibly proud to partner with both of you and also you at the DIU. So
and so this is an example of a company from their early startup phase to now a successful, growing, transitioning technology across the joint forces. And this is not easy. And the whole ecosystem had just begun. AFWERX was created just a few years ago, DIU just 5 years ago. But this is an example of starting with a government customer need that has transformative effect across not just the DoD, but also the civilian enterprise as well. And being able to find them pathways to help them navigate through the bureaucracy. If you go to www.diu.mil, this is where we host all our solicitations. And typically, they're only posted on there from anywhere between 4 to 14 days, and we get on contract between 60 to 90 days thereafter. I mean, our whole goal is to find companies like this, new novel solutions that we didn't know exist to solve big challenges like the construction backlog, that we have. I appreciate the entire panel for being with me today, and Capital Factory for hosting. Bobby, back to you, and appreciate the support.
Hey,
Bobby, how's it going?
All right, guys, if you can give a round of applause to our incredible panelists today. So thank you, all of you, for attending here today, all of our other panelists that showed up and presented for us today. But I also want to give a very special shout out to some people that you may have seen running around today, because they have spent months putting this event together for you today. Sam Zog back here. We've got Kenna Patel over here as well. Wave, guys. Marianne Allspa. In fact, anybody that you see in a Capital Factory shirt, we've been working very hard to put this event on for you guys today. That's going to bring the end to DIU today, sponsored by Amazon Web Services. We're very happy that you guys decided to join us. For all of you guys watching online, we're going to be having a networking session after this, so feel free to go ahead and hop on over to that. And for all of you guys lucky enough to be in person with us today, we've got some happy hour drinks for you guys over here. Feel free to network and hang around. And let's see, Ken, am I missing anything? I think we're good. Thank you guys so much, and we'll see you back here tomorrow for Fed Supernova Day 2. Thanks, guys.